Welcome back to the board meeting of June 6th. The board has been in closed session, and now we'll open our public meeting. After the Pledge of Allegiance, if you'd remain standing for a moment of silence for Vita Martinez, a long-term employee. After we sit down, Dr. Bayless will tell us about her. So please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
And I just want to make a comment that I won't be standing up because I had total knee replacement, so just for the video.
Ready? Begin. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Dr. Bayless?
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. This is a excerpt from a Facebook post recently about Vita Martinez that sums up who she was and her contribution to Ventura Unified. Tonight, our Board of Education held a moment of silence for Miss Vita Martinez, who recently passed away. She started as a school psychologist over 20 years ago, working at E.P. Foster, Montalvo, and Sheridan Way before becoming a part of the Student Support Services team and then an assistant principal at Pacific High School. Vita was one of the kindest, most thoughtful people you will ever meet. She had a tremendous work ethic and was an exceptional leader. In 2002, she earned the CASP Nadine M. Lambert Outstanding School Psychologist Award. She was instrumental in bringing the restorative justice and response to intervention framework to the district and was highly dedicated to helping families and advocating for children's education. Vita gave a voice to those that would not have been heard otherwise. Her passing came as a shock to many of us, and we have felt her loss deeply. She was a beautiful person and will truly be missed. We send our positive thoughts and prayers to all who knew her, were positively impacted by her, and especially to her family. Thank you.
President Rodriguez will be joining us shortly. Presently, she's at a city meeting, so with that, we take a roll call vote.
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. Vice President Dannenberg?
Here.
Thank you. Trustee Amy Callahan?
Here.
Trustee Mr. Calvin Peterson?
Here.
Trustee Mr. James Forsythe?
Here.
Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro?
Here.
And then just for the record, Sabrina Rodriguez, our president, is attending the GPAC on behalf of the district and will be joining us later in the meeting. Thank you.
Report of action taken in closed session. No action was taken in closed session. So we'll move on to the superintendent's report. Dr. Castro.
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. It's my pleasure to hand a very important introduction over to Gina Wolowitz, and we will be welcoming a new principal, Lisa Abelo.
Good evening, board. It gives me great pleasure to tell you a little bit about Miss Abelo. If you could please join us at the podium with your family, please. Miss Abelo has served as principal of Miners Oaks Elementary School in the Ojai School District since 2021. Before this, she served as interim principal and assistant principal at Ocean View Junior High School at Ocean View School District, where she also served as a district resource teacher, TK through 8th grade math and technology, and middle school math teacher. She also served the Ventura Unified School District as a substitute teacher in 2008. Ms. Abelo joins us with extensive instructional coaching and leadership experience, a breadth of knowledge in early literacy and mathematical foundations, and a focus on promoting positive academic and social emotional development for all students. As an administrator, she leads with an open mind and compassion while centering on student needs. Ms. Abelo's expertise, thoughtfulness, visionary thinking, and practicality will assist her in leading Citrus Glen Elementary School as the principal. Her exemplary qualities include efficiency and understanding, responsiveness and openness to feedback, and commitment to personal, professional, and organizational growth. In addition, she is a strong advocate for meeting the diverse needs of all students. Finally, her professionalism and passion for ensuring student success through implementing research-based best practices will assist her in succeeding in this new role. We believe Ms. Abelo will be an excellent addition to Citrus Glen and the VUSD family. Congratulations.
Ms.
Thank
Abelo,
you.
would you introduce your family, please?
Of course. This is my husband, Jeff, my daughter, Kate, who's a 3rd grader, and my son, Nolan, who's a 1st grader. So I just want to say thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm very excited to be joining the Ventura Unified team and specifically the Citrus Glen family. And I feel very fortunate to be joining them on continuing the wonderful work that they are already doing. So thank you very much.
Board comments?
Welcome back. I mean, we're so happy to have you. Poached you from Ojai. The board has heard amazing things about you and just your journey in education, and we're just so fortunate to have that expertise. I know Citrus Glen is a very unique school with a very unique population, and we appreciate you coming into that kind of environment. We value your leadership and your experience in that, so we're looking forward to hearing good reports and seeing what you can do. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So it's great. James gets to take all the thunder and just say all the good stuff that we wanted to say. Now it looks like I'm just going to repeat. But so I did all that, but thank you for being patient, because I know it was thank you for being patient with us, and we're happy that we have you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for leading and taking on this position. We are here to support, and welcome to the VUSD family. We're happy to have you.
Thank you.
I, too, would just like to welcome you and congratulate you on this opportunity. You're getting a great school, and we're looking forward to great things from you. Thank you very much, and thank you for your family for sharing you with us.
Thank you.
Dr. Castro, gratitude awards?
Sure. I'll just take this opportunity. We've had an opportunity to speak before. Similar regards. Thank you for stepping up. But what I would like to do is to thank you and your family for joining our district in this era of education, stepping up into leadership. You're joining a very strong cadre of school leaders, and we're very, very fortunate to have you joining our strong ranks. So thank you very much, and looking forward to our next steps together.
Thank you. It's me that feels very fortunate to be here, so thank you very much.
And as Marianne brings up our gratitude awards, I'll take this opportunity to share that since we created this program in December of 2021, we've had just over 600 people nominated for gratitude awards. So I would like to thank our entire community for recognizing these. Tonight we're going to hear about some staff members, but we'll also hear about students. There are people of all ages that deserve recognition, and we'll have a chance to hear about a few of them. While I read, we pick out a few salient ones, but you'll see on the screen others who are recognized. So I'll just go ahead and read a few. First, here at the ESC, we have 2 new custodians, Nancy Woods and Renee Herrera. Since joining the ESC a short time ago, they've both been noticed they've both been noticed and commented many of us have shared this with them, for the incredible work that they've brought in the very short period of time that they've been here. They take great pride in the work that they do. They take great pride in the interactions that they have with the rest of our staff. And in details large and small, they continue to focus on giving their contributions to our environment, that we stay in a safe and clean environment. So we thank them. Next is Shelley Harder, a teacher at Balboa. Their nominator said that Mrs. Harder is one of the best math teachers that they've ever had the chance to have, that she's funny and understands when they need a break from math, just to talk about things other than math for a minute or two, so that they can gather their thoughts and relax on learning new materials as it comes. She also is playing music in the mornings. subtly in the background, which is fantastic. She listens to her students and knows what they need best to be their best selves. So that was written from a student about a teacher. And then finally, we have a community member sharing their appreciation for three of our Cabrillo students. This individual's daughter was climbing a tree in a park near their home and had just gotten off the bus with these three friends, Yaniri P, Max C, and Ainsley F. They were just hanging out as kids do after school. This individual's daughter fell out of a tree that was climbing because the branch that she was on broke. She fell many feet to the ground, and all three of these students quickly responded. One of them called 911, the other ran to get help, and the other stayed to comfort the daughter who fell out of the tree. The individual's daughter was taken to VCMC, received immediate and amazing care. And so this parent wants to thank Yaneri, Max, and Ainsley for their quick thinking, for their compassion. It was noted that perhaps several of us as adults would have hesitated, but these three students were calm, they were composed, and they showed a tremendous amount of compassion in that moment of someone experiencing trauma. And so therefore these three individuals are being called out to in gratitude because this parent believes that they should be recognized. So if we could share our appreciation for all the gratitude awardees. Thank you. And we have one more thing. It's not noted here, but you'll see it on the screen momentarily. We are at the time of the year where we have many committed individuals in our schools, but then we have many committed individuals leaving our schools. So Gina Wolowitz, if you could walk us through some of our retirements.
Sure, I'd be happy to report to the board that we had a lovely event honoring our retirees that had over 1,300 years of service to education, and we know that their mark will be left long beyond the years that they remain in our schools. And so we had a variety of both certificated and ESPs that we honored. We have a little over 50 retirees this year, and so last week on Wednesday we had an opportunity to celebrate everyone and welcome their families. And so we had our executive team and several board representatives, and it just was a really nice event to honor them and to be able to engage in conversations and to thank them tremendously for their many years of service to the students, to the staff, and to the families of the Ventura community. And so it's always a little bit of a bittersweet time of year with our students and staff often moving on to another chapter in their life, but it really was a lovely event, and it was nice to have it here on site. If I could just add one thing. Sorry, I just wanted to also add that I just wanted to thank Jackie Lopez in our Human Resources office. She took the lead on organizing this event, and it was just very professionally done, and just really felt like an opportunity to honor and kind of spoil them a little bit with some attention.
Thank you, Ms. Wolowitz, for your comments. I think that way we can continue to honor those individuals whose names are being displayed on the screen. I'll invite the board to share, but I'll just start. We participated in this event, and one of the things that continues to be just really humbling is that we hear about some of the things that these individuals do publicly, but when you get a chance to speak with their families, you get a chance to hear a little bit more about where that motivation comes from on a much more personal level. So as a moment ago we thanked Miss Abelo coming into our district and her family, I would like to thank those families who've shared your version of our professionals with us over the years, because it takes strong families to be able to be committed to a broader community. So thank you for your service, all.
Board comments?
I just want to thank everybody for their service. You know, I just look at the years on there, and that's a long time. It's a long time to be. I mean, I have 10 years in, but 32, man, wow. You know, that's wonderful. And we have such dedicated personnel that been through the best and the worst with us, and I just want to thank you so much for your dedication. Thank you.
Yeah, I also was looking at the years, and I think Hess was 38, right? That was a low, 38 years in one district. That's pretty amazing. So congratulations, and get a lot of golfing in.
And I just echo what my colleagues have said here, and Dr. Castro. I do, it was wonderful to see the families and to meet them and to hear for the folks who were able to join us. And for those that are here, the 1,300 years of service is commendable. And this really, it's an honor that we have such amazing individuals to work for our VUSD family and have spent their career here with us. So thank you for all the retirees. I don't know if there's anyone in the audience, hopefully not. So thank you for this time to honor them.
I would like to also congratulate and thank all the retirees for all the years of service. As Gina said, it's bittersweet because many of these people, when I was in Gina's chair a long time ago, I'd hired. And so to see them come all the way through their careers and now they're starting to retire, it's remarkable, and they've done an amazing job, and we appreciate all they've done for the students in the Ventura Unified School District. Thank you.
And Maria, I'm just going to ask a technical question as we wait for the final ones. We can just wait for them to finish through, right? Okay, because we're almost at the end. Thank you.
Do any public comment cards?
And for those who are wondering why we're sitting waiting, we want to make sure that we're honoring all of our retirees, and giving them a couple of minutes is absolutely worth the time that they've spent. So we're coming to the end of the list, and thank you for your patience.
Do we have any correspondence, Dr. Castro?
We do not.
We do not. Any board members have any correspondence they need to share with the rest of the board? Okay.
No.
Then we'll move on to public comments. As we start public comments this evening, we also have some public hearings that have to take place at 7:30, so we may have to stop the public comments, do the public hearings, which won't take very long, and then come back to public comments. So do we have the cards? Were you going to call out the names today? Is that? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you and good evening. You will each have 3 minutes to speak this evening. I will give you a 30-second warning, and the timer will indicate when time is up. The governing board recognizes the impact that civility has in effective operation of the district, including its role in creating a safe and positive school climate and enabling a focus on student well-being, learning, and achievement. The board believes that each person should be treated with dignity and respect in their interactions within the school community. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech, expression, and action will follow the norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district meetings, activities, and events, and in the use of district electronic and digital systems and platforms. Please remember that this meeting is streaming live, and we also have students here in the audience that do attend and watch our meetings. So please keep language as respectful as possible. If we have the first public speaker.
We do. So first up tonight will be Anthony Ventura, and you will be followed by Pedro Toscana and Lexi Zimpelman.
Good evening, trustees and Superintendent Castro. This is more towards the public than it is towards you guys, because most of you guys have this literature, but I just want to share it with some of the local residents here. I live in Ventura. The residents behind don't know that. I actually live in, it would be in Jeanette's district, towards Satacoy. I have a grandson that goes to public school. I'm myself as a public school graduate as well. So this is the Oxnard Unified High School District Community Workforce Agreement, otherwise known as PLAs. And these are local hire numbers. So I just real quick, because I know I'm limited on time. So on the let's see, I want to get this right. Channel Islands High School, we had fast track construction. There was a goal there set at 51%. We were at 66%. Rio Mesa Bleachers, which was Arlen Construction, which happens to be a non-signatory contractor, but they were under the Community Workforce Agreement, and they're from LA, so without this agreement, they would have hired everybody from outside of our area. They were at 65%. Oxnard High School, they were at 64%. Point Hueneme High School was at, all these are 51% goals, they were at 68%. Camarillo High School, they were, or otherwise known as Adolfo, they were at 72%. And then Rio Mesa again came in on the HVAC, which is, if they don't know, that's like mechanical. They came in at 70%. The reason why I'm saying these numbers, and Del Sol, just so you guys know, it's still ongoing, is at an 80% local hire. So that means that the money that's made here stays here. That means that the parents that have other fathers or mothers or brothers or uncles have more time to spend with their family. The reason why I bring this up is because I'm a member over 30 years, and I know that I put a lot of time on the highway, and I didn't get to spend a lot of time with my family. And I'd like to be able to not have that happen to other fellow tradesmen, whether they're electricians or pipe fitters or whatever the case might be. Lastly, I just real quick want to read some numbers, and I'm going to be sharing it with you guys up there. But for now, I'm just going to
30 seconds.
Read it off real quick. So the San Luis Wharf project had a 30% local hire clause. Right now, as of March, they're at 83%. That means that everybody stayed there local. The redundancy project, which is basically a sewer plant, they had a percentage of 30% local and 62% were local hire. So I just want you guys, residents and also the staff here, to know that CWs do work. I do appreciate you guys as educators. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Pedro Toscano, followed by Lexi Zimpelman, and then followed by Patrick Pandolfi.
And good evening. Thank you very much for your time. My name is Pedro Toscano, and a little bit of my background. I came into the Southwest Regional as a business agent. I came from compliance. I came from investigations, and I dealt with a lot of PLAs. And I know there was a little bit of on the previous meeting that it would bother me a little bit misleading that contractors, non-union contractors, cannot get involved in PLAs. And yes, they can. The answer is yes, they can. There are rules. There is protocols. They have to send their letters of assent with the local unions that get awarded for the craft that they get assigned to. And a lot of contractors, believe it or not, I've done my investigations in Santa Ana Unified School Elementary School District. I've done them in Whittier Unified School District, in Los Angeles Unified School District, the biggest district around. So the positive thing about it is that a lot of non-union contractors, when they try to get into these projects, some of them walk out with a good feeling about dipping into those waters, and they're successful. A lot of them have turned union. We have AP Construction that is our signatory contractor right now. They're performing a lot of work in Oxnard Unified School District and the high school district. We have a lot of specialty craft that do, as a matter of fact, all these wood trims, a lot of acoustical sealing. So we have a lot of contractors that have tried, that were non-union, that went in and gave it a shot and did the whole protocol of letter of assent and everything on their craft. And you know what? They walked out at the end just saying, you know what? We're going to sign. We're going to sign because it makes sense. There's There's too much paperwork involved when we could just send one paper in and that's it. So the misleading part about last time was non-union companies cannot get their fair share in these projects. Yes, they can. And not only that, they come in with their core members. Yeah, all their members have to get enrolled into the union.
30 seconds.
And you know, participate in that, and you know, then it becomes then what we get into is a one-on-one, you know, matching their manpower with our manpower, and that's how we get in our people from the community working with a non-union contractor. But overall, that's my explanation, that they could. Non-union can work in PLAs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Lexi, followed by Patrick, followed by Christopher Young.
Hello, my name is Lexi Zimpelman. I'm a senior at Ventura High School, and I just want to start by asking, who played sports in high school in this room? Okay, so a few of you. That's important for what I'm going to bring up. I'm a senior at Ventura High School, like I said, and I'm the varsity girls captain of the swim team, and I'm one of many here talking about the pool situation at Ventura High School. I'd like to thank you for your time. And then I'm not here today for me, but for every swimmer that comes after me that is going to swim at Ventura High. This season I had the privilege of swimming in the Channel League, which, if you don't know, is comprised of 8 schools, 3 of which from Santa Barbara, which are very fast, competitive teams. At Channel League, the girls finished 3rd overall, beating out one of the Santa Barbara schools. I also got to swim at Ventura County Championships, where our girls team placed 1st out of 13 schools in the county. I then earned a spot on the relay team headed to Division I CIF. Swimming at CIF had to be a career high for me, especially at the high level of D1. I got to watch schools from across Southern California compete and even break national records. My point here is that while accomplishing all of these things, we were frantically trying to find a place to practice, the timing of practices, and where we could hold the meets. This team is one of the fastest in the league, sending multiple people to D1 CIF and a swimmer to state, which is no small feat. I am here because we as Ventura High School need a facility that will be able to train us to the fullest extent of our ability. Fixing the heaters is just a Band-Aid on a much bigger issue. We need a new pool. And I'm well aware that it is an ongoing process and won't be done overnight, but it should be at the top of your list. The weight of the water on the 14-foot side of the pool is causing the pool to sink more and more inches. At this point in time, the pool has sunk almost 3 inches on the 3-foot side. This causes our pool to not function efficiently because of the filtration systems being overworked on the one end. Graduating high school is a big deal, and so is finishing out an athletic career, as many of you know. My hope this year was to swim my senior meet at my home pool, beat my crosstown rival, and go to CIF. I was lucky enough to make 2 of those goals happen, but with the sinking and cold pool, it is devastating to us athletes that are leaving this year. We have been told time and time again that it will be fixed soon, yet no change has come. I'm here today asking why no change has come and how can this be overlooked any longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Patrick, followed by Christopher Young, followed by John Laurie.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished members of the school board, my name is Patrick Pandolfi, and I'm a freshman at Ventura High School. I swam with Lexi this season, great teammate. I'm on the water polo and swim team and have been doing swimming for 3 years and water polo for 7. I stand before you today to address a matter of utmost importance, the dire situation of Ventura High School. Since early February, this facility, which should be a source of pride and opportunity for students, has been broken and rendered unusable, according to the school district, with the phrase catastrophic failure. The consequences of this negligence are significant and cannot be overlooked. The pool's condition meant it cannot be used for a swimming or water polo game, an event we have eagerly prepared for months. Practices have been severely limited, hindering our aquatics teams from reaching their full potential. Adding to insult to injury, the heaters of the pool have been inconsistent, failing to provide the necessary warmth since the girls' water polo season in November 2022. Even then, these faulty heaters forced the teams to take valuable time off. The district's hasty attempts to attempts to patch up the heaters with temporary solutions have exacerbated the problem. Negligence and band-aid fixes have led us to the point of utter frustration and disappointment, and in turn, the inability of athletes of the swim team and water polo teams to enjoy the maximum potential these incredible sports offer. When will you start making a change and putting us as we are important? As Lexi mentioned, the girls are Division I, the boys are Division III. We are important. Let's make that happen. I bring both good news and concerns regarding our pool situation. The new pool heaters have been ordered and expected to arrive in late June, per Terry Allison at the district office here. However, learning that despite the arrival of these new heaters, the boys water polo team will need help to practice. The district's decision to prioritize resurfacing the pool deck, a task that could have been done while the pool was already out of commissions, raises question about the understanding of urgency and the district's priorities. I urge the school board to reconsider this decision and prioritize the immediate needs of our student athletes, ensuring they have the access to an available pool with proper heating as soon as possible. Let's make their progress and potential by continuing their training opportunities for non-essential tasks that can be addressed during the pool's downtime. I want to mention preseason. Hindering our preseason is when would be catastrophic, because that's when teams build chemistry, they get in shape, and doing this would get us out of shape, which would not be good. And we want to do good, and resurfacing the pool deck would not help us with that. Reach that goal.
30 seconds.
Our aquatics teams have been forced to practice at nearby Buena High School. While we appreciate their generosity, we can only rely on their facility for a while. Soon, Buena High School will begin its boys water polo season, leaving us with no pools time. We deserve better. We deserve a proper facility that supports athletic aspirations and fosters growth. Urgency and expedition are essential. We need the tools and resources to succeed. I implore the school board and district to take immediate action. Prioritize our well-being and provide us with the resources we deserve. Repair the pool properly and efficiently, ensuring it's equipped with reliable heaters.
Time is up.
If this was a football field or track field, this would never happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Christopher Young, followed by John Laurie, then Heather Laurie.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Christopher Young. I'm a retired LA County firefighter and lifeguard, and I'm also a coach at Ventura High School. I coach girls water polo. Here to talk about pools. Pools in this town. Pools. It's been a troubling affair for this town to keep pools for some reason. They sink, they tear them out, they have a hard time repairing them or maintaining them. The school district has been the prime candidate at really not doing what they should have been doing over the last, say, 15 years, possibly. You have 3 high schools in this town. It should really be 3 pools. That's a big challenge. We would love to see you guys step up and take this challenge on. How are you going to do it? And that's a lot of money. That's a lot of things going on. I'd like to recommend collaboration. Basically, you know, a lot of people, my daughter's doing it in projects at school every day. Fire department does it with other fire departments. We have some entities on this town, the YMCA, the city, the college, also the public. Basically, the YMCA has a desire to expand. It's on school land already. You could build a pool right next to them. They would love to have more space. They'd probably manage it for you. It also happens to be, I think, at least 50% Hispanic. Some of the prime candidates that need to have a swim class. If that was on Anacapa, right there, you'd have a swim class access to most of the kids who live on the avenue. City has money. They're sitting on money. You tried to collaborate with them before. They failed you. There was supposed to be a pool built on the avenue. The college has land. You guys have a lot of land. These things, if you collaborate together, you could do something great. The public especially, we'd love to know what you're thinking. We have people who would help you raise money. We have a lot of professionals in this town, especially as it gentrifies quickly every day. Basically, these pools are for everybody. I mean, there was a time when anybody over 15 probably learned how to swim at the college pool. Hundreds of people learned how to scuba dive and use the islands. People have been coming through here that don't go to the schools and use these pools from all over. In the next 2 weeks, we're going to host Junior Olympic qualifications. The only pool that's not being used is Ventura High because it's down. These are our tax dollars at work. We'd love to help you out. We'd love to see
30 seconds.
The school district stop struggling alone and ask for help from the community and ask for help from the other entities that exist in this town. that's all I got. Thank you.
If we can, we'll take a short break for public comments so we can conduct our public hearing. We have two public hearings this evening. The first is item 14B, public hearing regarding the local accountability plan, which is required by law. This has been posted, and we will be coming back next meeting to approve a local accountability plan. Are there any public comments regarding the LCAP plan?
We do not have public comment at this time, but we do invite any members of the community that would like to comment on 14B regarding LCAP to come up. You would have 3 minutes to speak on that issue. It appears we have no public comment.
I'll close the public hearing. Next is a public hearing regarding the 23-24 school budget. Again, this will be coming back at our next meeting for approval. And so at this time, I'll open the public hearing. Do we have any public comments regarding the district budget?
We do not have request forms, but we are opening it to the public. Does anyone have a public comment related to our proposed budgets for 23-24?
Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing and we'll move back to public comments. Thank you for your patience.
Dr. Dannenberg, we do have one more public hearing, 14A.
Notice of public hearing.
That's a notice of public hearing.
Sorry,
So
my bad.
I'm going to come back to that. We don't need to do it right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if we can go ahead and have John Laurie back up, and you'll be followed by Heather Laurie, and then followed by Colin. Forgive me if I mispronounce, but Vecchio.
Good evening, Superintendent, trustees, public that are listening in. Thank you for taking the opportunity, because you're going to hear a lot of voices about the pool. You'll hear it in emails. You may even hear it in the community. I could talk to you, my name's John Laurie. I could talk to you as from an engineer perspective, what's wrong with the pools. I work for an architect engineering firm. It's easy to see. I'll mention both Ventura and Buena pools are not good. And this comes from a perspective of I was a former VUSD athlete for swimming and water polo, CIF champion, All-American swimming, water polo. Did this for Buena, left, came back. I'm a parent of two VUSD students who are going to Ventura High School, swimming and water polo. And I also volunteer coach for the Ventura High School's girls water polo team. So in terms of the perspective of what I've seen, one, I used to train in the previous Ventura High School Buena pools. They were atrocious. They were corrected and they were replaced with what you would find now at the Ventura High School. They are undersized now, especially now for the programs, because now not only do we have boys water polo, girls and boys swimming, you now have girls water polo. And the seasons all continuously overlap. So the pools are in demand the entire time for Ventura High School students and for their betterment for team athletic sports. Aquatics programs are expensive. It's a reality. Facilities are some of the most expensive parts of it. But the benefits of sports have, as you can imagine, are the collectiveness, the team, the leadership, and building support groups through some very important parts of their life. The other aspects, some people have physical limitations. Some kids have physical limitations, and aquatic sports are the only things they can do. So there isn't other outlets. Sometimes the high school aquatics programs are the first time low-income students have an opportunity to participate in this type of sport. And when you don't have reliable facilities,
30 seconds.
You miss that opportunity to give them maybe a break in their life and a change. And the existing facility limitations are a barrier to those groups, because you'll hear, or you may hear, the pools will be used from 5:30 in the morning until 7 or 8 o'clock at night. And that makes it hard for certain families. So if you don't have reliable pools and they aren't large enough to run the size for the program needs, you have problems and a barrier for people to participate. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Heather next.
My name is Heather Laurie, and I'm a senior at Ventura High School.
I'm here today to urge the board to consider upgrading the aquatics facility at VHS with an increased pool size, a safer deck, and improved lighting. I've been a swimmer and water polo player at VHS for the past 4 years, and I've seen how these outdated facilities have affected athletes on a daily basis. The pool deck, though it was redone only 2 years ago, is already chipping and cracking significantly. I've had teammates scratch open their feet because of this. Lighting is also extremely important when it comes to evening water polo games, and the current lights overlooking the pool are not cutting it. The current situation is dangerous because when balls are traveling at 20+ miles per hour and you can't see due to poor lighting, it creates a dangerous environment. Another issue with the pool is that it is too small. All throughout the year, even in the summer, there are at least 3 different teams working out in a single day. If the pool was expanded to even 32 meters, 35 meters long, it would be extremely beneficial to running multiple practices at once. Due to lack of space, coaches need to schedule practices for one team into multiple time slots, increasing their time coaching every day. Because of this, Ventura High School had to cut their novice swim team completely. If the board begins to renovate and find permanent solutions for these issues, it would be very beneficial in the long run. This school year, our pool has been broken since December, and we have had to work out at Buena High School. Because of this, a number of high-level varsity swimmers unfortunately had to quit the team due to transportation and time issues. Our practices, which have run directly after school, were pushed to end at 8 o'clock at times due to lack of pool space. In the end, I hope that the board sincerely looks into finding permanent solutions to fix the Ventura High School pool and make it safer and more efficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Colin, followed by Nathan.
Good evening, my name is Colin Vecchio, and I'm a senior from El Camino High School swimming for Ventura High School. I've been swimming for VHS for the past 3 years. Freshman year I swam at Buena High School. I was also chosen to be a team captain for the JV team in 2021 and for the varsity team for 2022 to 2023. The Ventura High School swim team has been known for being one of the top competitors throughout the county. For the 2023 swim season, we started off with our normal morning workouts at the end of last year. Everything was going completely smooth until the swim team began to notice the pool temperature slowly decreasing day after day. When we heard the news of the pool closure due to the broken boilers, the team did not expect to be swimming at Buena High School for the whole season. The team, including the coaches, were told the pool would be ready for us in April. April came, however, there was still no word on whether the pool would be fixed or not. Here we are in June, and still the pool is off limits. I had to spend my senior year practicing at our rivalry school, Buena. This was inconvenient for the entire swim team. For me, I go to El Camino, so I simply drive to Buena to go to practice. But think about the other students who go to Ventura. Now, instead of simply walking to the pool deck, they have to drive from school to school just to go to practice. The heaters aren't the only problem with this pool. When I started swimming for Ventura in 2021, I remember someone telling me the pool was sinking into the ground. There is evidence of this. Go walk into the pool deck and you see for yourself that the water line is higher on one side. She told me that 3 years ago. However, this has been going on for the last 15 years. Why isn't this being fixed? We need the funding. We need the pool to benefit our water polo and swim teams for the future. If the pool can be fixed, our aquatic teams will be able to practice without the worry of another faulty piece of the pool systems or having to cancel swim meets or water polo tournaments. Please help our team and help us come up with solutions to help the Ventura High School pool. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Nathan, followed by Matt Crome.
Good evening. My name is Nathan Jourdain, and I'm a senior at Buena High School. This woke ideology of inclusion has opened up the floodgates to the absurd, and this absurdity threatens my sisters and their future. Where's the line? Are you all going to change the English language and what pronouns are? Are my sisters going to have to accept boys and girls' locker rooms or bathrooms just because they feel like they're a girl that day? This is not what kids need to be learning about and dealing with in schools, or what teachers and admin should be promoting. Look, California ranks 50th in literacy, and that's last place for those who are not paying attention. No wonder why these numbers are so low. There are only so many hours in a school day, and you elevate preferred pronouns over teaching students about literature, science, or math. Last school year, when I was a junior, my English teacher taught her students who were white are privileged and racist just because of their color of their skin. But don't worry, Ventura Unified School District is right here. for us pushing sexualized content books in the classroom. Now in my senior year of high school, I'm being taught through a book called Brave New World how it is all right for toddlers to have sex with one another and how you should be promiscuous. This book went into great depth on sexual, explicit content, sex scenes, shamed people for being a Christian, and even shaming people for wanting to start a family or even for having a family. Now, if that's not enough for you, now Balboa Middle School is having a pride parade this Friday, pushing a mental illness on Ventura Unified School District children, and it is endorsed by you people. You gotta be kidding me. What are you, educators or activist pimps? They have a word for this, and it's called groomer, and that is what each and every single one of you are, as long as you endorse this. You are groomers. You use your relationship and position of trust with the students to exploit them to this radical gender ideology. You are supposed to be educators, not gender benders. Frankly speaking, this is what happens when you take God out of school. You all don't want religion, but you replace it with your own. A religion that you will accept how we feel, or you will be labeled as a bigot, a homophobe, or a racist. Even though none of these terms apply to you, well, parents and students are going to start fighting back for the schools and for the future students to come. If you think someone that has an imaginary ideology puts up a fight, wait until you see the fight that parents and students put up. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last public speaker will be Matt.
Distinguished members of the board, swimmers. I am Coach Cherry, and I've been teaching mathematics at Ventura High School, coaching water polo and swimming for all my life, really, since I was about 18. But I played water polo at USC. I was a team captain there. I majored in finance. I've worked at 3 different high schools, moving west, Walnut High School, South Pasadena High School, and now at Ventura High School for the past 20 years. And it's been awesome. I've loved it. I visited a lot of facilities along the way, too. My theme tonight is just simple. I want to keep it positive. If you build it, they will come from the field of dreams. We all remember that movie, I hope. As you guys have heard earlier tonight, it's been a challenging year. I'm not going to repeat a lot of the things that have already been said about the pool. I know many of you are well aware of it. Terry's been communicating with me on the updates and the reopening, and so we're all aware of that. And we just want to push for some good solutions and maybe the best, and think big and think about what will excite people. So, as you heard, the closures were tough. Forcing teams in the middle of the season to do soccer practice, basketball practice, video sessions. Just so you know, our team still had a great measure of success. We defeated the CF champions, Marietta Valley Division II, early in December before the closures. We posted a 5-overtime sudden death loss to Santa Barbara High School, a team we haven't beaten in 20 years. We were close. This happened in February. So, some pretty good performances given our circumstances. We had a great team. I do sometimes wonder in the back of my mind if we had fuller access, consistent training, if we could have gotten over that hump, maybe even won CIF like that Marietta Valley team that we beat earlier in the season. They won CIF. During the swim season, obviously, we had the heater failure. We moved to Buena. Buena was very cooperative. Mr. Hess was great, in terms of making it as painless as possible. I want to thank them. I want to thank Scott Manneman, the Buena coach. He was great. As you heard from Lexi, the team was 3rd in the league. The girls won the county meet for the 13th year in a row, and we sent 13 swimmers to CIF. I'm also delighted to hear that the new pools are on the way, the new equipment, but I know I don't have much time, so I'm going to hustle. So I'm hoping the parties involved in the design of the new pools, which is super exciting, will include the stakeholders, everyone, and not just replace the current structure. As you heard from John and many others, we need more space. In the preseason, the girls' water polo team, because the boys are in the pool from 2:30 to 6 with all their 3 teams.
30 seconds.
If we want water time, we got to go at 5:30, and 6 o'clock in the morning. That's pretty difficult. So when the time comes, hope we can find a way to get that done. If more money needs to be made, let's find it. Let us know now. We'll start raising it. We have some great facilities for our kids, and we want it to be great in the future. Last week, I went to Clovis. 3 weeks ago to Clovis to the state championship with Sarah Beckman, VHS sophomore. They rebuilt a state-of-the-art 50-meter pool in 1 year. And they're able to host amazing meets like the state championship. So, Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come.
Dr. Castro, did you want to address the pool at all?
I would just like to recognize the significant hurdles that our teams have faced are relayed accurately. It has absolutely impacted their teams. You talked about the esprit de corps that that the teams have impacted. Those are all very real. I also appreciate the fact that you're sharing some of the correspondence that you've received from our facilities director, and that we will continue to maintain those timelines as they've been communicated. Terry will continue to also communicate any updates to those if any changes were to happen based on what's been shared in the past. So thank you very much.
Thank you all for your comments. While we can't respond to them, we do take notes, and we will be talking to the superintendent about them. So thank you very much. Now we'll move back to our regular agenda, item 14A, a notice of public hearing regarding proposed energy can't even say it. Conservation, thank you. Contracts pursuant to Government Code 4217. And so we'll have Mr. Marza talk about it, please.
Yes. Good evening, Board. So I'll read the public hearing. Please take notice that the Board of Education of Ventura Unified School District will hold a public hearing pursuant to Government Code Section 4217.10 to allow for public comment prior to authorizing the negotiation of a contract with Empowered Solutions, LLC, a Verigy company, to conduct HVAC assessments and maintenance at various district properties funded through the CalShape program, otherwise known as California School Reopening, Ventilation, and Energy Efficiency Verification and Repair Program. The board will consider information and public comment to determine whether the potential contract is in the best interest of the district and whether the anticipated cost to the district for energy or conservation services under the contract will be less than the anticipated marginal cost to the district of the energy that would have been consumed by the district in the absence of entering into the contract. Testimony of all interested persons will be heard. Protests may be made orally or in writing. Any protest pertaining to the regularity or sufficiency of the proceedings shall be in writing and shall clearly set forth the irregularities and defects to which the objection is made. All written protests shall be filed with the district on or before the time set for the hearing. The district may waive any irregularities in the form of content or any written notice, and at any hearing may correct minor defects in the proceedings. The public hearing will take place on June 27, 2023 at 7:30 p.m. at the district's Education Service Center boardroom located at 255 West Stanley Avenue, Suite 100, Ventura, California 93001.
Thank you. At the start of our meeting, we moved 3 items up, so we're going to jump to item 16 now on our conference agenda. And 16 is our athletic achievements. So, Dr. Bayless.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dannenberg. It's my pleasure to introduce the athletic directors of our 3 comprehensive high schools that maintain CIF athletics for the annual end-of-the-year athletic achievements. And as they make their way up here, and we have a presentation for you, they have a presentation for you going in alphabetical order, beginning with Buena High School. I'll just offer, by way of introduction, that our sports are an extension of the classroom. They're student athletes, students first. And I have worked with each of these athletic directors, and I greatly appreciate their partnership in the educational process and how they view athletics as academic intervention, as community building for the sake of education and for instruction. So introducing first, Derek Rust. Take it away, Derek.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Castro and board members. Dr. Bayless asked that I try to keep this relatively quick. So he said, can you do it in a proportionate manner to the number of years? I'm going to speak for 30 seconds. Jamal's going to speak for about 5, and then Dave's going to speak for an hour and a half. So let's see. The students of Buena High School, we have 821 students that participated in sports this year. That's approximately 48% of our student body. They participated on the 24 teams, individual sports that we have currently on campus, and I'm happy to report that we will be adding girls flag football this year. That'll be our 25th sport. Of those 821 student athletes, I just wanted to point out two of them, Zane Carter and Abby Wood. They were recently recognized at the Ventura County Hall of Fame in athletics. Tremendous athletes in their own right, but even better kids off the field. And as much as their accolades are for all league, all CIF, all county, I can list it down my arm, you'd be more impressed by the individuals. Very hardworking, good kids in the classroom, and they just exemplify what Buena stands for. Next slide. So in the fall, I'd say the biggest highlight, and one of the things that comes every year, win or lose, the game between Buena and Ventura, that's a huge rivalry football game, year in and year out. Students, parents, staff, alumni come back for this game. I'm going to use it as a highlight this year because, Dave, sorry, we did we did in fact win that game. A last-second field goal did make the difference. Very exciting game. I will concede that if you look on the Memorial Cup, there's certainly a lot more Ventura lists than Buena. That being said, I got to take my shot when I get it right. Okay. The student athletes, Nico Furno on water polo, scored 200 goals this year. That may sound like a lot, because it is. That puts him in the top 10 all time in Southern Section CIF goal scoring. So very impressive. Zane Carter was all league back of the year, and Miles Medina received a college scholarship to go to Cal Poly. Next slide. So winter, it's an impressive feat to have all of our sports make playoffs, but I think that our boys basketball team ran away with the show. You may have seen that they made headlines by becoming the first public school in Ventura County history to make it to the regional CIF finals. They went on to play in the state game. Incredibly proud of that team. It does not happen every year, so it certainly makes our highlight reel. Student athletes that stood out in the winter sports: Zane Carter, again, co-MVP for basketball. Tatiana Padilla, she's a freshman. She was the co-MVP in girls soccer. And Abby Wood, I mentioned earlier, she was awarded her scholarship to Loyola University in Maryland. Next slide. Spring sports. Spring's always an exciting time, but there was nothing more exciting this year than watching our 4x100 girls relay team continue to break school records. The first meet they were in, I got a text from the coach saying, hey, the girls broke the school record, and I was so upset that I wasn't able to make it. It was an away meet. Luckily, the next meet I go to, they broke it again, and they continued to break the record week after week and meet after meet, culminating in a 46.86 time. I can't ride my bike that fast around the track, but that it was an amazing feat, and they were able to do that at the league meet. Tanner Beltowski, he was named the co-MVP of the league. He got a scholarship this year to Westmont College. Brady McHenry scored a 63 in golf. That's not bad. One of those low scores, right? And that was in the individual championships. He almost made it to the state meet at tournament at Poppy Hills. Came up a little bit short on that, but he did, encourage me to take up golf again. I went out and bought a putter. Don't tell my wife. But it was a wonderful year for sports, and nice to get the kids back out there. To be honest with you, as wonderful as all these things that I went through, just seeing the kids work together, the bonding that they have, the sharing of sports, and all that goes with that. That's the benefit for me. Seeing the kids have that special time. High school is a short amount of time, and they take full advantage of it, and I'm happy to be a part of it. So I'm good with playing.
board, trustees, Superintendent Castro, community, thank you for having me. I'm Jamal Brown. I'm the athletic director at Foothill Technology High School, and I have the distinct honor of getting to share some of Foothill Tech's athletic accomplishments this year. I'll second some of A.D. Rusk's sentiments in terms of this is my 4th year here at Foothill Tech, but really feels like my first year. We've had some tough years with athletics here in Ventura, and the resiliency of these kids, the resiliency of their families, the resiliency of the community, and seeing and knowing how important athletics is, and finally having, in my opinion, a full season of do I dare say normalcy, was just tremendous this year. And seeing it on the kids' faces, seeing the kids' faces was just, I mean, it truly was heartwarming this year. So we've got some highlights also at Foothill Tech. We have 20 sports. We are missing football, tackle, and flag. We are missing wrestling, and we are missing third sport, competitive cheerleading. But every other sport Foothill Tech has, and we've got some tremendous student athletes that have some accomplishments. Our fall accomplishments, our girls tennis team, they just went undefeated in the Tri-Valley League this year, which you go undefeated in any league, and that's just an amazing accomplishment. Our winner, we had 3 Tri-Valley League champions. You know, our boys soccer team, our girls soccer team, and our girls basketball team all were Tri-Valley League champs. And then in the spring, our track and field, we had 3 individual CIF champions this year. We had a state competitor in pole vault this year. Cole Dinkler just went up there, and out of the whole state of California, came in 7th. That's no division. That's everybody in the state of California in terms of pole vaulting. So just a tremendous individual accomplishment. Coach Dinkler is our head track and field coach. And so to have Cole and to see him compete at such a high level was just amazing this year. I just took a random sampling of our unweighted GPA of our spring athletes this year for quarter 3, and we just came out at 3.47. So it just really shows our commitment, our student athletes' commitment to academics. The student always comes first at Foothill, and that's proof in the pudding. And if I took a random sampling of any quarter, it would be like that no matter which quarter I took at Foothill. Next slide, please. There's our league champions. Pretty impressive for a school that's only had athletics for 9 years. I've been blessed to be a part of that for 4. But you had girls tennis, boys soccer, girls basketball, who we already mentioned. We had girls swimming, and then we had girls beach volleyball come in and take a league championship this year. Cool. Next slide, please. A couple league highlights, some all-league MVPs. Girls tennis, we had Lola Tennyson and Julia God, both underclassmen. We'll get them back next year as well. They were league MVPs in doubles in girls tennis. Esmeralda Caceres just came off as our MVP for our girls basketball. We had a couple more MVPs in boys soccer. We had Pal Cecito, defensive, and also a goalkeeper in Jacob Hart. Addison Fallon, MVP goalkeeper. I believe she came from Ventura as a transfer. We don't get too many transfers at Foothill, but Addison was one that we did. She went through our sit-out period. It just broke her heart. It broke our heart to see her have to sit out. But when she did come in and she get to play after that sit-out period, she promptly came in and was the MVP of the league. So pretty stern accomplishment for just a half a season for Addison, and we'll get her back for a couple of years also. And then finishing out, Ben Wang not only was our MVP of our Tri-Valley League, but Ben Wang was also our Ventura County Hall of Fame boys winner this year. So Ben Wang had a tremendous season also for us this year. Next slide, please. I just love the pictures. Legends Photography does all of our pictures for us, and we give our coach carte blanche. Our coaches carte blanche. They get to shoot them where they want to. So I just love all our pictures and the choices that our coaches make. So we're very proud of those. And we highlighted our CIF Southern Section playoff teams right there. Cross country, boys water polo, girls tennis, girls soccer, boys basketball, boys golf. It might be it'd probably be easier to list the sports that didn't make it this year, but boys tennis, girls beach volleyball, all made the CIF playoffs this year. I don't know of many schools that do that. And again, Our kids are who they are. They're high achieving in the classroom, and obviously they're high achieving on the sports fields as well. We had a couple of CIF finalists this year in girls golf, in swim, and also in track and field. And we've got a couple more here on the next slide. There's a couple of highlights. Cole Dinkler, who we mentioned in pole vault, he was just a CIF champion this year. Lily Shadden was a multi-sport athlete. She was a girls soccer player for us this year, and also was a high jump CIF champion. And then we had Jonah Billings. He was a CIF champion in the 3,200 meter this year. And Jonah Billings broke our Foothill Tech 2-mile school record this year, which I think he's got a younger brother that's coming up, and there's a couple of younger ones that got their eye on that record too. So we'll see how long that one stands. That's pretty awesome. Girls golf, we're going to say goodbye to a really special girls golfer. Sophia Lewis was a senior this year. She placed 4th in the CIF Southern Section Division II individual finals this year. And then we got a couple of young stars that we're pretty proud of. Sophomores Charlie Wu Boxberg and Cynthia Hugh. They're just sophomore and freshman, respectively, 2nd and 3rd in the CIF Division III swim champions this year in the 500-meter freestyle. So super excited to see them. I got to go down and watch the prelims in that down there this year in Riverside, and it was pretty awesome to see. And they had a beautiful facility, a pool, by the way, not to rub anything in, but it was really nice down there. And then finally, Cole Dinkler. I can't say enough about, I mean, if you're not in athletics and you don't understand what 7th place means in the whole state, the amount of time that young man has put into his craft, the extra hours of work that he's put in to achieve this final accomplishment for him. He is going to get to go on and jump in college, so again, we're going to get to see what he does in the future as well. Couple of thanks. I've got Mr. Gibbs, our principal, in the audience. Nothing can be done on our campus without that man. We've got a tremendous staff, our athletic secretary, Kenna Camarena, who's brand new to us. There's no way we run our athletics program without her. And then I would be really remiss if I didn't say thank you to our transportation, Mike McBride, and then also Sue Capelli, who we're saying goodbye to. Transportation, if you don't know, at Foothill is transportation, and Foothill would not be where Foothill is without Sue. So I have to say and really recognize her. Thank you so much for your time tonight. Really appreciate it. Thank you for having us.
Well, good evening, everybody. My name is David Hess. I'm the athletic director at Ventura High School for about 10 more days. And it's been a great run. I have been at Ventura High School for all 38 of my years in Ventura Unified, and it's been wonderful. I do want to take a moment before I start talking about our programs. Like Jamal said, I do want to thank everybody. You heard people talk about the pool. It was super frustrating, but there was a lot of cooperation that went on to try to get this season to happen. We want to thank Buena Transportation. Ari has been great, and not just with swimming, but with everything. Terry with facilities. It was an unfortunate situation, but I really feel like we're doing the best that we can given the situation that we're in. So for Ventura High School this year, we had a great year athletically. We've been pretty fortunate that way. We've had a lot of successful years. We've got some good athletes in that school. And so I'm going to not talk about everything. I could talk an hour, like Derek said, if you'd let me, but I'm sure you've probably got other things to do tonight. So I'm going to highlight a few things. I'm going to highlight our boys and girls cross country teams from the fall, our girls wrestling program from the winter, and then our spring boys and track and field team from the spring. Next slide, please. So our boys and girls cross country team both finished second in CIF Division II. We've had the boys win or finish second, or the girls win or finish second. We've never had both finish second in the same year. It really is an exceptional group of runners, and honestly, almost all of them are back next year. It was a pretty young group, and so we expect great things from them, and I'll talk about some of those athletes again when I get to the spring, talking about track. I also wanted to highlight a young man for us who played football all 4 years at Ventura High School. Of course, now I'm blanking on his name. Tobias Raymond. There we go. I was going to say Travis. Tobias Raymond, great kid. He's graduating this year, and he's actually committed to play football at USC next year, and he's there right now. He had to graduate early so that he could enroll and start working out with them during the summer. And Tobias is just a great kid. And you know, as a former football coach and as an offensive line coach, which is what I coached for many years at Ventura, it was really wonderful to see a guy who is so aggressive and so intimidating on the football field and be such a nice young man and just really, you know, helping people and friendly, approachable. He's really a great kid, and we're really going to miss him. And I'm going to look forward to seeing him play at the next level. They're very excited about him at USC, so that's very exciting. Next slide, please. Definitely one of the highlights of my year, maybe of my career, was our girls wrestling team this year. Girls wrestling is a sport that when it first started to happen, I never thought it would take off like it did, and it has really grown on our campus. And we have a full girls wrestling team, and they take it very seriously. And one of the great things about athletics is it gives an opportunity for kids to find a place to fit in. And I have to ask myself, you know, where, I don't know, not sure where those girls would be without girls wrestling. You know, it's different sports tend to attract different types of personality types, and you know, and it was just really interesting to me. These girls worked so hard. Our school got completely behind them. They were league champions, and then they went into the CIF dual meet championships, and they won. And it was, you know, the first time that CIF had girls wrestling CIF championships. They've had girls wrestling for a while, but this was the first year they did a dual meet championship, and our girls won that. And we went down to Laguna and beat Laguna Hills High School, and it was super exciting. Bella Smith on the far right there in that picture was not only on the CIF championship team, but in the CIF individual, she also won the CIF championship in her weight class. And it was just really exciting to see these girls take this so seriously and have such a great year. The other highlight from our winter, we had several, but the other one was our girls soccer team. We're also league champions this year. I didn't put together a slide for them, but that was also very exciting. Next slide, please. And then I'm going to highlight our track and field program from the spring. Our track and field program has been very good in the league, and the boys track and field team has won league, either the Channel League or the Pacific View League 12 years in a row, and the girls have won 9 years in a row. And you know, other schools don't like hearing me talk about that because it's frustrating for them, but we've been very successful, and a lot of it goes to our head coach Corey Anderson, who just has been so dedicated to that program and done such a great job. I wanted to point out Wyatt Schrader, who was a CIF champion in shot put. Wyatt did not do track and field until his junior year. He was a baseball player his freshman and sophomore year, and decided to try shot put instead, and really took to it, and was CIF champion. Next to him is Anthony Fasthorse, who is a junior. He'll be back for us next year. Anthony was also a leader on our boys cross country team, and one of the things about Anthony that's super fun is he's got that hair, you know, and he looks like a movie guy or something. But the other thing is his name. I literally have people come to me and go, "Is this kid's last name really Fasthorse?" You know, yes, it is. Anthony was edged out at the state championship in the 1600. He came in third by less than half a second. It was a photo finish at the very end. He's going to be back next year, and Sadie Engelhardt, if you're paying any attention to the sports pages, she's just a phenomenal athlete. She is a next level world-class athlete. She really is something else. Sadie, had a great cross-country season, and then in the track and field at the state championships, she won the 1600 meters, the mile, and the 800 meters. 2 events in the state championship. And the other thing I want to mention about that not everybody knows is they have not always done the state meet the way they do it now. So how they do it now is you have a prelim race on Friday, and then you come back the next day and race those same events again if you qualify in your prelim race. And so no one has ever won 2 events in a state championship, and this isn't divisions like Jamal said earlier. This is like in the state of California, she won 2 events. After racing them both on Friday and then again on Saturday. And Sadie's only a sophomore, so she's really got a lot. She's just continues to get better, and a super nice kid. You know, she gets all kinds of media attention, and she is just very down to earth and really a wonderful kid. And then lastly, I'm going to mention Val Fricoa. Val is a junior, and she was a CIF champion in the in the high jump at 5'8" And so we were very proud of all of our athletes. could go on, but you asked me to highlight just a few, so that's the ones that I'm going to highlight. So anyway, I think that is it for me. Thank you very much.
Athletic Director Dave Hess, if you wouldn't mind coming back up to the microphone ever so briefly. This is officially Dave Hess's last ever presentation as an athletic director. We might find another presentation for you to give at some point, but he was inducted into the Ventura High School Hall of Fame last night. Well deserved, so I wanted to make sure we honored that. And I just wanted to say a couple brief words because we are having a legend depart us tonight. So truly an institution, not only all the things that he talked about, head of tremendous programs, again, of student athletes and always keeping the student first. But Dave is also a teacher, has taught for many years, and I love all teachers and all subjects the same, but I have a special affinity for our history, social science teachers, of course. And I just want to pay Dave publicly the highest compliment I can give somebody who cares a lot about civic dispositions and civic discourse. Dave and I disagreed, not all the time, but frequently, sometimes, often vigorously. But the highest compliment I can give him is that we always found a way forward. We always found a way to deeply respect each other, and I'll say that very meaningful for me to work with people like that, Dave. And so I'm really going to miss working with you, and I really, really appreciate the way you operate. A lot of trust, a lot of competence, but most of all, a lot of character. Yeah. So, thank you. On behalf of the Exec Cabinet, just a night out to make up for many nights out that you owe your wife for all the events that you've supervised over the years. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you so much. That means a lot. I've loved working for this district. You know, I never left. Found a great place to be, and just love the community and my colleagues from our other schools in the district. It's really been a wonderful run. I couldn't ask for anything more, so thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our athletic directors, and congratulations to all our wonderful student athletes. Okay, now we'll move on to the English Language Learner Committee report. Dr. Bayless?
Yes, thank you. Unfortunately, Dr. Soledad Molinar could not be with us tonight. We're going to miss her. She wasn't well, but told her to stay home. We got it, so I'd like to invite up our illustrious team of DLAC supporters and parents and teachers on special assignment. Specifically Dana Lomax and Sarah Gluck Perez, who are going to guide us through. And thank you so much, parents, for joining us as well. And I'll let you take it away.
Thank you, Dr. Bayless. Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Dr. Castro, and VUSD community. Dr. Molinar really was looking forward to being here tonight, but she's here with us in spirit. It's our pleasure to present our annual District English Learner Advisory Committee Advisory Report to the Board. This evening we have a student, parents, and members of the multilingual, multicultural team here to present. I'd like to introduce our graduating senior who is joining us, Yesenia Palomares. Parents, Senora Veronica Alfaro. Senor Jorge Espinosa, and Senora Maria Honorato. In addition, we have our colleagues Marisela Aguilar, Multilingual Progress Monitor for TK5. We have Claudia Escobedo Esquivel, the Dual Language Teacher Specialist for TK5. Carlos Sanchez, Multilingual Progress Monitor for Secondary. Sarah Gluck Perez, ELA Teacher Specialist for Secondary. And I'm Dana Lomax, Dual Language Teacher Specialist for Secondary. Next slide, please. Here are our DLAC goals. These goals were co-created by DLAC members some years ago, and they focus on students, number one, achieving proficiency in English, becoming successful in all academic areas, preparing for college and career in 2 or more languages, participating in community service and extracurricular activities, and also meeting the needs of parents and families. So in the past, next slide please, traditionally we gathered feedback from our multilingual families on each of the DLAC goals by sending out a survey or making phone calls. However, this year we decided to highlight student voice and incorporated both student focus groups and parent focus groups. In addition, you will see in this presentation the work we are doing in our department that aligns with each of these goals. So the survey questions that we offered in the focus groups were made student-friendly. And in teams of 2, TOSAs visited 5 elementary schools, 4 middle schools, and 3 comprehensive high schools and Pacific High School. Students were chosen by their various grade levels starting in 4th grade. Their proficiency levels, we looked for from emerging students to reclassified students, and also various home languages. We intentionally visited sites with many multilingual learners as well as some sites that had few multilingual learners in order to hear about diverse experiences. We also held 2 focus groups for families, and we gathered information from each of these groups, and we're presenting our findings this evening and the main themes that we learned from student and family input. And we'll begin with goal number 1.
Hi everybody. So goal number 1 is proficiency in English. For this goal, we ask parents and students, is your school helping you achieve proficiency in English? And then based on the students and parent feedback here, you can see areas of strength and areas of growth. Some of the student comments were, sometimes I don't understand, the teacher goes too fast in the classroom, sometimes it is very boring. As a result of that, we found that some of the areas of growth are flexible seating, hands-on activities, and more engaging content lessons. And some of the strengths were designated ELD, and of course, students love to be around their friends. Next one, please. Here is a list that shows how the multilingual, multicultural department is supporting multilingual learners achieve English acquisition. This year for elementary, 70 students got reclassified. Reclassification is a process whereby a student is reclassified from English learner, EL status, to fluent English proficient, or RFIP status. 97% of students who reclassified over the past 4 years continue to make adequate growth at the elementary level. We also had the opportunity to provide motivational pep talks for the LPAC test at 16 elementary schools. And then at the elementary level this year, there were 14 reclassification celebrations. That consisted of individual recognition through award ceremonies or whole group dinner celebrations. At the secondary level, 125 students got reclassified. There were 8 reclassification celebrations. We went to 9 schools and provided motivational LPAC pep talks to grades 6 through 12. And 93% of our students who reclassified over the past 4 years continue to make adequate growth. Similar to declining enrollment, we also see a decrease of multilingual learners over time. In 2022, we had a little bit over 2,000, and then this year we have 1,993 students. This year, one of the areas we maintained focus on was to increase opportunities to celebrate our multilingual learners. And here we have 2 reclassification celebrations. In Ventura High School, we had 27 students that were reclassified and 26 at Buena. Thank you.
Hello. Goal number 2, progress in academic areas based on the feedback from students and parents in focus groups. Some of the strengths students and parents mentioned were students love learning and spending time at school with friends. Parents appreciate an intervention and support, and parents also appreciate the TWI program. Areas of growth, students find a greater need for support in math and science. As well, students would like more engaging hands-on lessons. And lastly, parents see the need for transportation for after-school programs. And then next slide. Onboarding. It's an event for all incoming multilingual learners in grades 6 through 9 and their families. Onboarding is designed to increase a sense of belonging for students and families, to increase academic achievement and promote culturally sustaining practices. Some of the topics presented during onboarding were A through G requirement, reclassification criteria, ELAC and DLAC, promote learning opportunities before and after school at each site, LPEC, and PIQUE, Parent Institute for Quality and Education. That's onboarding. Thank you.
Good evening. Just to review our professional learning that was provided by this team for our district this year, we started with having the opportunity to present in front of the K-12 principals, which was wonderful, on ELD strategies, ELD objectives, and how to implement in the classroom. The principals then were able to turn that information around to their sites and to their teachers. We were also able to be in front of APs. We appreciated that opportunity. And then we had some wonderful opportunities where we were invited to De Anza Middle School to do a 2-day intensive training with all staff members at that site, and at Ventura High School for 2 intensive days of training. We really thank those principals and site leaders for allowing us to come in. And there is data that shows that this is leading to improved academic success for many of our English learners. We have a plan for continuing this professional learning next year.
Hi. As a parent, I have attended some events. On Saturday, April 29, the Multilingual and Multicultural Department invited all VUSD multilingual learner students and their families to a literacy event at Barnes & Nobles. 100 multilingual students attended the event along with their families. Among the readers, we had students, teachers, a campus supervisor, a paraeducator, a principal, and our director, Dr. Molinar, who amazed our students with beautiful, diverse cultural literature in Spanish, Mandarin, and English. All 100 students received a free book of their choice. I am so grateful for this experience. My daughter and I were very excited to attend. My daughter was very happy because she received a voucher for a book. She started reading it right after the event. I realize these events are important because they promote enthusiasm in our kids to be lifelong readers. At the event, we enjoyed stories in various languages, such as Spanish, English, Arabic, and Mandarin. I hope you can continue to support events like this one. Thank you so much.
As we look at goal number 3, it has to do with students continuing toward a career in college in both languages. And in the focus groups, we learned that students really understand the connection between college and career. They know that college means a high-paying job, which means more money. We heard that from a lot of students, that they've made that connection. And when asked about the use of their home language at school, the TWI program really stood out, and students talked about events like the bilingual interviews at Anacapa. Areas for future focus include starting to talk about college earlier, because some 4th and 5th graders weren't too sure about what college was or what it meant or what they wanted to do in college. So starting earlier is a suggestion. And students and parents also said that they would like more AVID classes, to expand AVID so that they can navigate the path to college at the secondary level. And parents also requested greater access to information regarding mental health, social and emotional learning, and addressing issues of race and bias. And we heard that predominantly from our Arabic-speaking families. Next slide, please. Here we have the 5 seals of biliteracy that are offered by the California Department of Education and Ventura Unified. We have the bilingual program recognition for students who participate in the dual language program. Coming next year, we're very excited about the home language development recognitions for students who continue to develop their home language by engaging in activities at home. At the 8th grade level, we offer the biliteracy attainment recognition, which is where students at the 8th grade level in TWI programs show proficiency at grade level in English and Spanish. And then finally, we have our seals for seniors, the VUSD Multilingual Seal and the California State Seal of Biliteracy. Both of these seals are for seniors and show grade level proficiency in English and another world language. These seals help show progress toward careers in 2 or more languages, and the state seal is a way to demonstrate that our district demonstrates college and career readiness on the CDE dashboard. Next slide, please. And here you can see our data regarding the number of seals. It's not up to date because we've gotten a few more applications this week, actually, for people with special circumstances who weren't able to get them in earlier. So we're updating it daily. And we had a very personalized process this year. We made note of all of the students who were reclassified and then met with them individually to make sure that they were aware of the seal and that to check and see if they had met the requirements. Over 300 students so far have earned the VUSD seal, and about 200 have earned the California State Seal. Regarding the California State Seal, we have some historic news that we're really excited about, along with 18 students receiving the VUSD Seal of Biliteracy. For the first time ever, 4 students at Pacific are receiving the California State Seal. And so congratulations to Sarah, Valeria, Itzel, and Tyler, and to their families, and a big thank you to Deidre Monares, Kathy Elliott, Lorena Garcia, and the team for supporting their students in earning the seal. At all of the high schools, we want to give a shout out and a thank you to the teachers, the World Language Department chairs, the multilingual learner monitors, and the counselors for supporting the SEAL programs and supporting their students in achieving these wonderful recognitions. Next slide, please.
Good evening. On Saturday, March 11, from 12 to 4 p.m., 2D families received transportation to attend the family conference at CSUCI. Our multilingual learner students and families receive information about attending. The parent group of Mucho Más Que Miércoles asked at the beginning of the school year 2022-2023 if Dr. Molinar and her team could provide us with more information regarding the process to go to universities and how we as a parent could help our students to reach the milestone. Sadly, in our community, there is so little information about these topics. And those people who their students already went to university, they don't want to share any information. In the past, I have asked different people, including a family member, about the process, and all of them have told me that it's too expensive and that I will not be able to afford to have my kids in university. So this was the main reason why we attend this field trip to the Channel Island University, to educate myself and gain the knowledge to be able to help my children whenever they'll be ready to take the next step in their lives. With all the respect, this is why I'm here to ask you, Board of Directors, to provide funds that will pay for future field trips to university, which will empower our low-income families and students to build a better path in their future here at the Ventura Unified District. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to move the microphone a little bit.
Good evening. On Saturday, May 20, 2023, the Multilingual and Multicultural Department took 150 multilingual learner participants to the UCSB Family Conference. The Early Academic Outreach Program at UCSB offered this free opportunity for parents and TK through 12 students to be better prepared to navigate the journey of higher education. The topics included financial aid for college, learning the systems of higher education in California, and transition from high school to college. Our families received complimentary breakfast and lunch, plus free transportation provided by VUSD. Hi, my name is Yesenia Palomares. I'm a senior at Ventura High School, and I am here to talk to you about my experience at UCSB, provided to us by the Multilingual and Multicultural Department here at VUSD, and UCSB's EOAP program, which focuses and helps students prepare and make the transition from high school to college. I love this experience because it allowed me and other students from VUSD to learn more about college and to better prepare. It also taught parents how to prepare their children for higher education and opportunities provided in college. I loved it because it was specifically for multilingual families, so there were multilingual students who helped us and showed us around, and they were able to talk and teach parents that did not speak English or spoke very little of it. I really hope we can continue to have opportunities and programs like this in the future. Thank you.
Participation in community service was the fourth goal, and this was one that K-12 students were not sure what that is. Some of them offered to us that they do help their moms at home, etc. So we have just some work to do there, but as you all know, trustees, we have an opportunity to learn more about a state seal of civic engagement, which can help our students, K-12, with civic action projects that will help our students grow in that area of participation in community service. So we're looking forward to doing that work. Thank you.
Hello, our fifth grade students at Sheridan Way Academy of International Language Study and Will Rogers Two-Way Immersion School of Environmental Science were able to go on the field trips to the Marine Science Institute at the UCSB. At the reef, our students were able to learn more about marine life and imagine themselves as future students at the university. Next slide, please. In Goal 5, we analyzed the participation in extracurricular activities. Our students, they expressed that they really enjoy a Mi Sendero program at VHS with the help of Ms. Batbrica, and in which she pairs a multilingual learner and a monolingual student to help each other in their second language acquisition. In intramural sports, they felt that it allows them to feel a part of their community, increase greater connection to their school, and experience positive academic achievement. Some of the areas of growth were noticed in the area of increasing opportunities for music, art, and sports, and expand club offerings as others. Next slide, please. In Goal 6, we analyzed how their school meets their needs as parents, and they really enjoy participating every other Wednesday in the Mucho Más que Miércoles and DLAC opportunities as well. The areas of growth were that they really want the district to address safety concerns and specifically bullying, more opportunities for academic sports, and to create a more welcoming environment for multilingual learner families. Next slide, please. In the area of family engagement, our families expressed that they really enjoyed participating in the reclassification celebrations across the district. They also enjoyed visiting the various universities and also participated in La Kermés, our yearly family festival here at VUSD. And to tell us a little more about his personal experience as a parent, we have Jorge Espinosa.
Hola. La participación de las familias. Como padre de familia, he estado asistiendo a algunos de los programas de empoderamiento familiar para ayudar a nuestros hijos en su camino a la universidad.
As a parent, I have been attending some of the family empowerment programs to help our children on their way to college.
En mayo 20 asistimos a la Universidad de Santa Bárbara, la cual fue una experiencia grandiosa y fenomenal.
On May 20th, we attended the University of Santa Barbara, which was a great and phenomenal experience.
Al ver esta universidad tan grande, como tan grande también fue la información que se nos proporcionó en los diferentes salones de clases.
Seeing this university so big and so the information that was provided to us in the different classrooms was also so great.
Como tan grande fue el interés del personal de la universidad por atendernos y saciarnos de información y de comida, lo cual estoy muy agradecido.
How great was the interest of the university staff in serving us and satiating us with information and food, which I am very grateful.
Hace 13 años tomamos el programa PIQUE, que nos empoderó a entender paso a paso los requisitos para que nuestros hijos apliquen y vayan a la universidad.
13 years ago, we took the PIQUE program that empowered us to expand and understand step-by-step the requirements of our children to apply and go to the university.
Dando como resultado la primera generación de profesionistas en mi familia, graduada de la Universidad de California Lutheran.
Resulting in the first generation of professionals in my family who graduated from the California Lutheran University.
También acudimos a un taller de salud mental, donde nos dieron información valiosa.
We went to a mental health workshop where they gave us valuable information.
También acudimos a un taller donde conocimos los diferentes tipos de drogas y los diferentes instrumentos que usan para consumirlas.
We also attended a workshop where we learned about the different types of drugs and the different instruments used to consume them.
Y por último, en las juntas de Mucho Más que Miércoles y DILAT, seguimos empoderándonos cada otro miércoles en Zoom con nuestro líder y compañero Rogelio, donde tratamos temas extremadamente importantes que impactarán el presente y futuro de nuestros hijos. Gracias.
Lastly, at the Mucho Más que Miércoles and DLAC meetings, we continue to empower ourselves every other Wednesday on Zoom with our leader, Rogelio, where we discuss extremely important issues that impact the present and the future of our children. Thank you.
Just to add up a little more to what Mr. Jorge had mentioned, our parent group also asked Mucho Más que Miércoles to provide us with information about adult education. This committee engaged with BASE, and we got information about the program that BASE offers for adults. On my own experience, I got enrolled in English classes, and recently I took a paraeducator class. And now I am a volunteer student helping a teacher with the English learners. So this is a great experience for me. It has been a great experience for me helping people of my own. So thank you for all your support. And lastly, as you can see, last year we had our first kermés ever. So we have the privilege to have Dr. Castro with us. Our Hispanic community, we were so grateful that you guys let us do an event like that. It was such a success, and hopefully we'll have something like that in the future. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
So finally, we just want to thank students and parents for their honest feedback in the focus groups, and we'd like to acknowledge the hard work of the multilingual and multicultural team this year, and a special thank you to Yesenia and to the parents who presented this evening, and we look forward to continuing our collaboration as we work together to serve all students in VUSD. Thank you.
Thank you to all our presenters, and we're going to take a short 10-minute break.
I apologize. I just wanted to say again thank you to everyone, and this, I wanted to correct an oversight. I forgot to honor and introduce the other TOSAs on the team, Marisela, Glaria, and Carlos, so please forgive me for that. And also I just want to make sure that we're Also thanking Dr. Soledad Molinar, who does wonderful work with DLAC in assisting, facilitating, and leading that group. So thank you so much, and I apologize.
And if I could just take a moment to add too, before we go separate ways while our families are still here. Last year, the board gave us some direction to increase our student voice and our parent voice. I want to thank the community members who are here. I want to thank the staff for continuing to elevate their voices. For the students and families that are here, the feedback that you give us, I hope that you see we take it very seriously and we continue to want to evolve our practices so that way we can address these needs. I want to also thank the rest of the staff that's here for continuing to not just offer the voices, but to continue to push us. And you heard a little bit about the work that we've been doing with our administrators, that this is something that we continue to all grow to know the way that we need to serve our students and families best. So this is, you shared about how you're growing, but I wanted to make sure that you recognize how we are growing as a community as a result of your engagement and your support. So thank you for helping all of us grow.
And I also would like to thank I got the opportunity to have a roundtable with the 3 parents that are actually here. And I wanted to thank you because when you have engaging parents, those engaging parents have engaging children, those children engage other children, and it's a circle because those children engage their parents, and it's exponential. And so I decided to attend a DLAC meeting listening to a translator. And everyone in this room want their kids to do better. But I'll tell you, it's difficult when you are in an environment where you're getting it 3 seconds delayed to be engaging. So I like to thank you for the DLAC stuff you go to and the stuff where you have to go through with the translator, because I found out firsthand how difficult it is to just follow along when you're 3 to 5 seconds behind everybody. So I just want to personally thank you guys for giving me that experience, and please keep up the good work.
Y yo también quisiera agradecerles el tiempo que comparten con nosotros, compartiendo su experiencia y apoyando a sus estudiantes. Disculpe. Es sumamente importante para nosotros escuchar su voz, y lo que ustedes enseñan a sus hijos y estudiantes es cómo lanzar esa voz para lograr lo que necesitan en este mundo, y es muy importante y se lo agradecemos mucho. Sorry, for those of you, I was just saying thank you for sharing their time and for supporting their students, and how important that is for their students to know how to lift up their own voices.
And now we'll take a short 10-minute break. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. The board has returned from recess, and I am Sabrina Rodriguez, president, and I just want to take a moment to thank Vice President Dannenberg for running the meeting in my absence. I was at a General Plan Advisory Committee at the city representing the district and was unable to get here on time, so thank you, Jerry, for running things. And we will pick up at 16C, 23-24 LCAP Annual Update Addendum.
Thank you very much, President Rodriguez, board. Dr. Castro, it's my pleasure to introduce to you the draft LCAP revision for the 23-24 school year. And what I'd like to be able to do is walk you through the proposal, the revision of LCAP and the process by which we arrived at it, and again, happy to answer any questions throughout. So next slide, please. Just as a reminder, our goals have not changed. We're entering the third year of a 3-year LCAP, so this is a revision year, and then starting next year we will revise the entire LCAP, and we have a chance to establish new goals if needed and completely new actions and services. But these are our current LCAP goals, and important to note that they have remained the same for the last 3 years, and they will continue into the next year. Next slide, please. Okay, our supplemental and concentration grant, which drives the LCAP, has increased, even though, again, we are in declining enrollment, even though there is a structural deficit, as Hassan will point out later. Our concentration and supplemental dollars have increased, and so we have a responsibility to make sure that those monies go towards supporting high-need students and achieving those goals. Specifically, our unduplicated students, which make up 55.5% of our district, and that's our recorded overall unduplicated count going into this next year. And so districts have a responsibility to principally direct those funds, those supplemental and concentration funds, towards supporting those students, English learners, low income, foster youth, homeless, et cetera, towards achieving the LCAP goals. And you need to demonstrate that you're using those funds to increase and improve services for those students. So again, the LCAP is made up of goals, and within each goal are a series of actions and services, and an action in the LCAP is marked contributing if it contributes towards supporting high-need students, unduplicated students, towards the LCAP goals.
I just want to add like Dr. Bayless mentioned, our unduplicated count, the concentration supplemental concentration grant funding increased based on the COLA. So that is part of our LCFF funding. So as every year we get a certain percentage of COLA that gets applied across from the base grant to supplemental concentration, and so it's going up proportionally based on the COLA that we received.
Thank you very much, Hassan. Okay, in that last item there, again, additional proposed actions have been added based on our educational partner feedback, some of which you saw in the DLAC presentation, and you'll see that sort of mirrored and echoed in our LCAP proposal to you this evening. But again, there is increased LCAP funding as a result of the COLA, but also there are other actions and services that ended. They were finalized, they were completed for specifically a couple of curriculum adoptions, so that's how space, financial space, is vacated for new actions and services to arise. Okay, this is, the next slide, please. This is somewhat of a mirror of a slide with the budgeted amounts for each of these new proposed actions that was previewed at the last board meeting as a part of the budget presentation. And so this isn't certainly exhaustive of everything that's in the LCAP, but I would say these are the highlights, and I've included these in the highlights portion of the LCAP for benefit of the public. They'll be able to see this slide essentially in that highlights portion. And again, these actions and services that are proposed or new, added and itemized under each goal, And those dollar amounts, it's important to note that this is what is budgeted. This is our estimation of how much it's going to cost. And not every action and service expenditure or budgeted expenditure is fully realized. You could be over or you could be under based on a variety of factors. And then you have, in the LCAP, there's a place for you to justify the difference between budgeted and expended. And so, for example, let's go to Goal 1 in the LCAP, $100,000. Right now, we anticipate an expansion at Sunset. We have an additional section because of high enrollment, high course requests at Foothill Technology High School for an additional section above and beyond what they had that we didn't want to have come out of their general staffing allotment. We wanted to be able to provide that through the LCAP. And we also have room for other sites to expand should course requests over the summer, which often change, allow us to expand AVID. So these are, the point is that these are budgeted items that we hope to expend in support of these goals, but it all depends on how the specifics play out, as in the case with AVID in terms of course requests, et cetera. So you'll see a few other things here that were again mirrored in our last presentation by our DLAC team, particularly with respect to the intramurals. I think the intramurals were mentioned as a way for unduplicated students to connect with school and the culture of school and to feel safe and engaged, along with AVID, I think was mentioned as well. And I'll go to the final item in Goal 1, where training on our new partnership with CCGI, which is California College Guidance Initiative, which is replacing a previous contract online platform where parents, counselors, and students all converge into a single portal to get counseling information, career and college, interest surveys. They apply through college through this portal. They apply to FAFSA through this portal. They can track their A to G status through this portal as it's connected with our Q. It's integrated with Q. Thank you, Thomas. So we want to have funds to be able to do that kind of parent outreach and engagement with them. So again, I think, let's go to the next slide, if you don't mind, Marianne. Everything that you see in the LCAP should have a dotted line, a really clear line between our educational partner feedback, our data, and our ATSE designations, which are our areas of growth as targeted, identified by the state, where we're eligible for support from the County Office of Education to improve. So in terms of the partner engagement, I definitely want to start by thanking the LCAP committee. I want to thank our board representatives on the LCAP committee. Thank you for your attendance and participation, Dr. Dannenberg and Trustee Callahan. And all the parents that gave up their time here. These are the statutory requirements for membership in the committee, and we met those requirements. I think we had excellent participation. We could always use more and even more diverse representation from our community partners and from various student groups represented by their parents, et cetera. But the process for engaging with partners is not just through the LCAP committee. It's also through DLAC. It's also through Mucho Mas. It's also through CDAC. It's also board presentations through our open hearings that we've offered to the community. So just wanted to make sure we noted that. Next slide, please. Okay. This is an actual screenshot of what you'll see when you go on to the website, and you go to our LCAP page, and you'll see our 2023-24 draft, and this is Goal 1. It's a little small, and I apologize for that, but this is our biggest goal in terms of the number of actions and services associated with it. So many of these actions and services, the majority of them, remain the same because they're ongoing and we're continuing them. You can see that contributing column on the far right where the majority of them are yes. The yes, again, means that supplemental and concentration dollars are going towards supporting unduplicated students toward achieving our LCAP goals. And the no's mean that they're not, and in the case of those two no's, we have, that's a good example of the two actions and services that won't continue into next year. and those funds are expended and done, and which makes room for different actions and services. So I think, again, going back to a previous slide, no need to go back, I'll just highlight some of the things that we're focused on here in terms of enhancing and adding is our emphasis on the literacy teams, adding our pre-service classified days in order to give opportunities for our certificated and classified staff to learn together in ways to support our unduplicated students. Again, AVID expansion and increased parent trainings and counselor trainings for our new college career portal with the CCGI. Okay, next slide. No, I think maybe I just talked about this, but I jumped ahead. That's okay. This is essentially just a summation of what we're trying to accomplish in Goal 1. It includes additional staffing. All of our secondary schools receive what we call add-ons for intervention courses that they can run low, that they don't have to find a way to run through their general staffing allocations. So they're dedicated courses, dedicated sections to support math intervention, English intervention, et cetera. So obviously elementary intervention teachers are in this goal. And I mentioned the unduplicated students training being offered both to certificate and classified in the two proposed pre-service days, new for classified, but currently existing already for certificated. I mentioned several of these other things, the college and career experiences, expansion of AVID, and an emphasis on literacy team trainings for next year, and our partnership with the Kowloon Reading Project. So again, happy to answer questions as I go. If not, I'm happy to just continue on. All right. Next slide, please.
Yeah, we're just going to pause for a second and see before we go. Let's maybe perhaps take it like Goal 1 and then we can.
Yep, Goal 1.
A question for the breakdown. So I'm looking at the materials for computers. Is that what's included in here?
And you're looking at what, if you don't mind,
I'm looking
Miranda,
at
the previous slide.
Materials and access to technology, 1.10.
Go to the previous slide and
it's
the
2 million.
matrix.
Is that something separate?
Let me ask a clarifying question because I think I know what your question is.
Yeah.
From the board study session, we had a conversation about the acquisition of additional Chromebooks for students.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're referring to?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that potential acquisition would not be present in the LCAP, only because the funding source for that is our ESSER fund. Okay. So that would be in the broader budget.
Okay.
This is a more narrow focus of the LCAP and those expenditures that are limited to the $19 million within the LCAP. I think that's the question that you were asking.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that the fact that contributing column is marked no also speaks to that. So again, that contributing column just means whether or not supplemental and concentration funds are going to support unduplicated students towards achieving the LCAP goals. Anything else on Goal 1 expenditures?
No, I'll wait. Go ahead.
So my question is super basic, and I'm just going to, I guess I had, on your first slide, I had never thought of the LCAP expenditures as being only supplemental and concentration funds. Is that an accurate interpretation? Because that seemed to be how it was highlighted there.
It's not only, and I'll let Better Minds answer this question when it comes to how the LCAP can be constructed and what it seeks to communicate to the public.
So you have supplemental concentration grant dollars that are contributing, and then you have non-contributing dollars, which could be general fund, title, parcel tax, whatever our goals are, and where we can best, utilize the funding first. Like if title money expires first and we find justifications for certain actions and purchases that fall into that category, you'd want to shift expenses towards there first.
So the reason I guess I ask is there are districts that don't get supplemental or concentration funds. So in those districts, do they not have funds dedicated to their LCAP?
It's really, no, it's really how you draw out your LCAP. So your LCAP could be your entire operational plan, which includes all operational and non-operational costs of the district, which will include non-supplemental concentration grant funds as well, such as like support staff or IT staff, transportation. And you could also include facilities. It really depends on how the school district chooses to write their LCAP plan. So you have that flexibility to be able to identify your supplemental concentration dollars and certain expenses, and you could also provide additional resources for, highlight other additional resources for other activities.
Thank you, Hassan. What I'll just take the opportunity to go kind of up a level. The question about like how other districts structure their LCAP. We can include an array of actions to support any goal. So what Dr. Bayless was talking about is this is our last year, our third year of this LCAP from the goals that were created, and then we wrote original actions. And what Dr. Bayless has shared is some of these actions have been completed, others have not. But what this district has been generally focused on is trying to illustrate how the supplemental and concentration dollars are highlighted in the LCAP, but it's not exclusive to the LCAP. Because going up a level again, what many districts, including those that aren't even necessarily responsible to write to the supplemental and concentration funds, is a communication tool to the community. What they'll see, like for example, when Hassan goes over the budget, we're going to be showing all kinds of expenditures, all sources of revenue sources, and then it gets really, really big. As a communication tool, part of why we've structured the LCAP as it currently is constructed is so that way we can really focus on what are the goals, what are our strategic priorities, what are those actions that are addressing those goals, and then what are the funding sources that truly are really focused on that. But that isn't the only way to approach it. It's just been the way that we've approached it.
And those could be highlighted. If you look at the budget overview for parents, it kind of gives you an explanation at the bottom where it says, VUSD 23-24 LCAP includes goals and actions supported by LCFF funding, which is your base grant supplemental concentration. The district also expects to receive additional general fund revenue from sources below and will expend the resources on appropriate programs and services as part of a comprehensive educational program. So we're talking lottery money, restricted discretional educational expenditures, mandated cost reimbursement, all your title grant, your special education money is allocated outside of the LCAP as well. Title I, Title II, Title III, any career, technical, educational. So those are all highlighted outside of the LCAP, other expenditures.
The reason it triggered a question is in one of our presentations that we received in our packets, there was a pie chart that had the 19 million carved out and it said LCAP, right? So in my mind, it was all LCAP. And then seeing that on the first slide made me think, oh, so what we're designating as that pie for LCAP is really just supplemental and concentration. So that's what I wanted clarification on, but thank you for the explanation.
Yeah, thank you for the chance to clarify. And thanks for your help. Moving on to goal 2.
Sure, let's do that, but then we can always come back. So we can come back to the goal 1. So thank you, Dr. Bayless.
Okay, and I'll just touch on this and I'll move to the more explanatory slide in a moment. But again, just for the sake of the public, this is what they'll see in the LCAP, the actions line item listed for goal 2. And again, goal 2 is safe climate and for students and staff, culture of connectedness, et cetera. So why don't you move to the next slide, Marianne, and I'll go into depth a little bit more here. Okay. This is the goal where we are retaining counseling services again at significantly above pre-COVID era levels to deal with the heightened need for social emotional supports for students, mental health supports for students. retains a centralized SAP counselor program and a foster and homeless liaison in support of obviously our high needs foster and homeless students. And this was listed in the new actions for Goal 2, and this one's critical, the chronic absenteeism lead. And that's a reflection primarily of our data on chronic absenteeism. And again, it's all of our groups. I think there's just one student group that didn't make the list. So the summary is we have, like many districts, a very high chronic absenteeism that not only affects our budget, of course, it affects student learning. And so we need to improve in our procedures and our coordination of services to get students back at school. So we have some procedures. We have SAR, we have SART, we have family liaisons, but we really need a person to coordinate those services in ways that fundamentally bring students back. And I don't obviously have the exact ADA numbers, but even 1% is a tremendous gain for the district in terms of budget, and I would argue, of course, it's a tremendous gain for student learning too. So we're going to continue with our counseling professional development that's helping us streamline our multi-tiered systems of support and how our all the different mental health services work together, our new wellness centers, our SAP counselors, our ASCA model, regular guidance counselors, our A to G counselors. So we really do have a portfolio of counseling services, particularly at the secondary, that require a lot of coordination and planning. So I think we're in our 4th year working with Hatching Results, which is a consulting firm helping us improve our handoffs, our tiered approaches for all of our mental health services. I'd mentioned middle school athletics before, really finding ways to engage, particularly unduplicated students in sports. And it's not that sports is special above and beyond the arts or leadership or other ways, but by the numbers, it's our #1 intervention. You heard that almost half of all of Buena High School is involved in sports, and the data is pretty clear on what athletics participation does for students' GPAs and student engagement. So we're trying to find ways to use that lever a little bit more effectively at the middle school level. I've spoken about unified high school sports before, but funding the special needs disabilities sports program. And that was certainly something that came up from parents as well in our LCAP engagement process. So we're really pleased to be able to offer that in this proposal. And one of I'll just touch on this last item here, the anti-bullying campaigns, according to our student data from our LCAP survey, according to parents, not only in our LCAP committee, but obviously in all the other committees that we engage with for LCAP feedback, whether it's CDAC or DLAC, Mucho Mas. The issue of bullying comes up quite a bit. So we do want to make a more concerted effort. And I think that one of the things that has prevented us is that we've maybe relied a little bit on sites using site monies, and that there's always a little bit of a crunch on site money. So we just want to have a special pot that is available to them where they don't have to sort of negotiate the tension points with using site monies for that or for something else. So we want to have a dedicated fund for anti-bullying campaigns, specifically assemblies and speakers. So again, that was a point of feedback from our parents in particular. Thoughts, questions, comments on Goal 2?
You know, I love seeing all the supports in Goal 2. I think it's amazing that we're, you know, significantly keeping these counseling supports, you know, up. I believe chronic absenteeism, having a lead for that is essential. And of course, the athletic sports for kids with disabilities is you know, it's a great thing. I was looking at the anti-bullying campaigns. You know, we're all receiving a lot of feedback about bullying. As a teacher, you know, that's the #1 thing we're having to deal with is that conflict resolution in bullying, and I just maybe you could describe some of the anti-bullying campaigns. I know I'm so wary of assemblies and speakers as far as the effectiveness, but has that proven to be effective?
That's a great question and a great comment. I will share that not all assemblies, not all speakers are effective, and principals are always very wary about who you hand the microphone over to in an assembly. And all of us could regale you with stories of when we wish we wouldn't have done that. However, there are effective ones. I'm just thinking recently, I was speaking with the administrative team at Cabrillo Middle School, and they said they had a fantastic speaker that they would absolutely want back. So there are people out there that now we can maybe share further. They actually, I think that they didn't even pay for that when it was through a grant, or they wanted. I don't remember the nature of how they landed it, but I think it's worth it given the need. It's worth a try. So there are specific speakers, but there are also, what might formerly have been called character education campaigns, or even 7 Habits of Highly Effective Families and Students, ways to get at bullying rather than, hey, don't bully, and we're going to have an anti-bullying week. There's all the other kinds of peripheral work that create safe environments that help students, like you said, improve their conflict resolution, student mediation programs. I know that some sites have toyed with starting student mediation programs. So that's what I want to have available for sites to, based on their own site culture, their own parent and student culture, their own needs, to develop some creative ways to get at this. I basically want them to try to take big swings with it. And I don't have a specific plan or program prescriptively that will do it, but we have to try something.
Great, thank you so much.
And I'll just take the opportunity to add, since we're talking about a really integrated approach, I want to draw, although it's not, we didn't draw attention to it on this slide. In the previous slide, there is on the goal 2, Dr. Bayless, there's the expenditure for the anonymous reporting. So if you go back to that, and I'm just going to set you up to take it from here, but part of why the assemblies are effective is when they are a part of an integrated approach. That is designed to draw awareness. So it heightens the level of awareness from the staff, from the students in the community, and then it's embedded in what our overall approach is. One of the strategies, not the strategy, but another strategy that we have is for our students to be able to report things that happen on campus. And then that's coupled with the work that we've been doing for many years around restorative justice. So Dr. Bayless, if I can just hand that over to you and you can talk about it.
Yeah, thank you very much for reminding me about that. One of the challenges our administrative teams report is that they can intervene successfully in bullying situations or conflicts with students if they're aware of them, or if it's early. It gets very hard to do it after the fact, after there's damage done. There's always a path forward with restorative approaches, but it's harder when you find out about it later, or there's been damage that's done. So that's the research really on early anonymous reporting systems, where it gives administrators the chance to intervene early. And it also builds trust between students and administrators and counselors, whereby they can say something and they get a response, or they get an investigation, as opposed to waiting for something to blow up and happen, and then it's reactive. So it's a little bit more of a proactive approach. We've had it in places and at times, but never through a sustained model with designated line item funding. So that's what's new for us, and I think that I think that our administrative teams in particular feel like that is a missing piece to an approach that we have been trying with bullying. Okay, happy to move on to goal 3. All right, goal 3 is better engaging our parents, our community. And this goal has the fewest number of actions, but nonetheless, let's dive into the next slide here so I can talk about it a little bit more thoroughly. Thank you very much. Obviously, we have our wonderful communications director, and I do think it's worth noting, if we harken back to even a handful of years ago, prior to Parent Square, prior to Marianne, our parent engagement efforts were very disconnected, site-based, and I think we just have a much better system. I have seen the transition and the results, and coming from a district without those kind of resources, without that, I would just say that parent engagement, still, we always want to improve, but nonetheless, I think that it's absolutely beneficial for the district. We're always wanting to support existing parent engagement programs. I think you saw a lot of that through DLAC. And even the desire to fund more sort of AVID-style family trips to universities to try to support families of unduplicated students to engage with the college and career planning process. So that's what this goal is about. Our African American Parent Committee liaison included in there. I think the new feature, maybe the added a budgetary expenditure or budgetary items come in that last line there, the parenting support and drug awareness. And I mentioned this at an earlier engagement today at VASE, that we do get a lot of feedback from parents that they would like support on parenting, particularly with teenagers, and they need information on what do vapes look like, what am I looking for, how do I set boundaries for my child, how do I work with them, how do I cross the digital divide, how do I talk to them about social media. I want to partner with you on bullying, but I don't know how, because so much of the bullying happens online, and I'm not a digital native. Those are the kind of things we want to try to support our parents with and engage our parents as partners. So there are programs out there, of course, 7 Habits of Highly Effective Families. PK is a part of that, the Parent Project. And again, setting aside money outside of site funds that sites can access and try things that fit with the culture of their site to support parents in those specific ways is something that we want to respond to, the parent feedback that we received. So that is the LCAP in a nutshell. Happy to answer any specific questions on any of the goals or the process. And it is a draft at this point until you choose to approve it. So happy to incorporate your feedback. And your feedback is, of course, a critical component to the overall feedback that goes into the LCAP.
I have a question. I'm just curious, when we talk about the existing parent engagement programs and expanding some of that, I thought it was really powerful to hear our DLAC parents talk about the field trips for their students to go visit universities. And I was wondering, as a member of the CDAC, we've had BC and some of the other universities locally talk to parents about the programs that they have that support special education students. But I was just wondering if there is any interest, I guess, in expanding that kind of exposure for our special needs students, because it's certainly, as we look at our unduplicated population, it's an area where we have a lot of room to grow. And there are some neighboring universities that have really fantastic supportive environments for special needs students. And, giving students, especially elementary school students and their parents, an opportunity to see those programs and work towards those things, I think can be a really powerful motivator.
Yeah, I think that's an outstanding point. I think that's something absolutely we can incorporate into this. In fact, just for your benefit and for the benefit of the public, including language in the LCAP and procedures in the LCAP and actions in the LCAP that support our students with special needs is absolutely something that is required and that we tried to do, and that's something that we can definitely add, and I can work with Neil on that.
Thank you so much for the overview, and I think it's also really important to note that we've had a special board meeting on budget, and we, of course, report out on the LCAP and have asked for updates along the way. But I do have a question about, I went through all the different goals and saw a lot about add or retain or maintain. Are there certain areas, and I don't need any specifics to kind of call that out, but while we're going through this process, can you kind of help explain how we've also ensured that if there's programs that don't work or we're not seeing a need, that we have basically right-sized that? So we have discontinued. And so I didn't see exactly those words in there, with the exception of maybe counseling, but counseling has been kind of right-sized based on the unduplicated population, is my understanding from all of our different special board meetings. So, and then in that, where are some areas that we can grow moving forward in our LCAP process that we might not have this year, but something for us to kind of look at down the road?
I'll answer the second question first, because this is my first time leading and working with Dr. Molinar on the LCAP process. So I think that we had some successes. I think our response rate on the LCAP survey was excellent, although our respondents weren't necessarily reflective of all of our demographics. So that's an area for growth for us. I know that other districts engage their parents in kind of an LCAP roadshow, going to school site councils and PTAs, and that's something that I would like to be able to do. I'd like us to be able to do better.
Okay.
Other districts that I would view as really successful with LCAP engagement are just sort of unashamedly present at all events, including football games and things like that. So those are the kinds of things I'm considering, all to try to get at representation that we just don't have coming to our LCAP meetings necessarily. So I want to make sure that I'm absolutely honoring the good work of the LCAP committee, but we also need to be present at all the other committees and engage them in the same way that we are on the LCAP. So those are the two things that I think pop out for me. Going to your first question about what have we reduced, I'd say one thing that comes to mind is we are trying to, I guess, to use your term, right size in the Ed Services Department with respect to TOSAs. We have needs for our teachers in areas of professional development, but there are some things that, for example, we had a major push to go one-to-one. In the past, we've had 2 ed tech TOSAs, teachers on special assignment. We're down to 1, and our current one, Marie Faye Baumann, who has decided to go back into the classroom. As of right now, we're not replacing her. We do have to find ways to support our teachers with ongoing one-to-one implementation in ed tech, but that's an example of where, as an LCAP item, that is being adjusted downward. I think there's some other areas I could point out, but if your question is that a part of our process and a part of our thinking and program analysis and personnel analysis, it is. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'll just take the opportunity to add, although we reverse the order of the agenda, part of that will show up in one of the action items. And I want to apply this just real quickly, that strict lens of parent engagement. Part of that is we're evaluating other programs that also enhance or increase or improve services for parents at large. You'll see that in the action item, but I do want to make sure to take this opportunity to talk about evidence-based practices for parent engagement. 2 of the programs that were highlighted earlier, like Project to Inspire, and then the other one,
what's 7 Habits of Highly Effective
7 Habits of Highly
Families.
Effective, but there's another one.
PK, Parent Project.
Those are evidence-based practices and have been demonstrated time and time again to continue to enhance the parent engagement. And then AVID would be another one. Although it's focused on students, there are family components. So you're going to see that show up in different areas. Okay. But specifically, yes, we are always evaluating, and you're going to see that in the action items and in the comments that Dr. Bayless shared.
And then and this is just kind of to reiterate, it's more of a statement of the good work in you guys kind of preparing for these pieces, but in one of our special board sessions, there was really the discussion, I think that's where it was, about articulation of really having alignment with the LCAP down to the SIPSAs for the school, student site funds, but the school achievement plans. And then also, of course, having it come from the people we serve, which is our parents and our scholars as well, in this process through our committee work, to make sure that there's alignment around these, not only the key goals, but also our actions. I do appreciate that there's choice. Here are some research-based exemplars to choose from, but I think it's important that we are continuing in that parent engagement component, continuing to share out what that is. For example, I have a student that is college bound in 11th grade in some of these programs I don't know of, but I'm in, the parent advisory council, and by no fault of any of ours, but I think there are some really great nuggets of what we're doing and how we're anchoring them and calibrating them. And through our communications programs, I just think that there's things that we need to be highlighting more of the great work we're doing. And thank you. I would like to share, I see on there the communications director position on our LCAP. It's actually the first bullet. But I did have a question about that piece is, are we going to be still funding the communications coordinator? I was just curious. I didn't mean to bring this up completely, but.
So it's appropriate for this conversation. I think, let me just draw attention to the fact that that position isn't funded through the LCAP.
Okay, because it says different funding sources.
Sure.
Partially funded.
But what I want to share is, and this goes back to the broader scope of evaluation of programs and services.
Yes.
That would be like a service, although we're talking about personnel. The answer to that is yes, Marianne and I are evaluating whether or not what features of that would need to continue constantly. We haven't made a decision about that, but yes, it is something that we are continuing to evaluate the need.
Thank you, because yes, it's absolutely not a one-person job, and especially the growth that we're seeing between when I first came back to the district 12 years ago to now is night and day. So thank you. I'm glad that we're continuing. I just happened to see that in the first bullet, so I just want to make sure that we're continuing to fund that as well. And then just the ongoing comment of evaluation. So what does this look like in our implementations? What does this look like ongoing in our concerted effort to have a very mindful calendar of when we do things? So that's also something that we've been kind of improving on, is ensuring that we are aligned with not only our goals, but our budgets and then those practices, but ensuring that that calendar is moved forward this year, where we kind of know when those conversations are going to be looked at, including evaluating some of these new programs and additions at the mid-year piece. And earlier if needed.
Yeah, really good points, Trustee Callahan, and I think that this actually relates to a future, not a future board item, but a board item coming up a little bit later this evening about moving away from a paid platform to a free platform. That's the CCGI platform. So that's another example. And I did send or have prepared a board memo. I can't remember if it was last week or it's coming this week, about some platforms and software that we're moving away from for overall savings of the district as a result of that very evaluation that you're talking about. So if you haven't seen that yet, you can look forward to that at the end of this week.
Thank you.
And I do think as a part, yes, it is this and the same item, the ESSA, I think there's some additional slides on that same, yeah. Okay, and for this part, I'm going to invite the partnership of Asan and Dr. Castro, two people who know about this federal addendum much better than I do. So the Every Student Succeeds Act federal addendum is a required addendum to the LCAP to show alignment, and it's that alignment that you're speaking about, Trustee Callahan, between how we're using our title funds. And for the benefit of the public, I'll explain our title funds in just a moment. You can go to the next slide, Marianne. And how we're leveraging those in support of duplicated students and towards our LCAP goals. So it is that very alignment. So these are federal monies, Title I, II, III, and IV. So when we speak about Title I schools or Title I monies, we're talking about federal funding for our unduplicated students, specifically for learning. Title II is about professional development, and Title III supports English learners. A lot of those funds go towards supporting our EL progress monitors or trainings for our EL teachers, literacy team, those kinds of things. And then Title IV has to do with student safety, connectedness, and technology. So the addendum is essentially a plan. You're required to write a plan as a part of the process for applying for title monies. So you can go to the next slide here. Oh, thank you thank you. So it is included, and so this is just not only an overview of the plan, but also just sort of a public acknowledgement that we do apply and receive title monies. And they go towards supporting unduplicated students, high-need students. One of the aspects of our federal addendum is a requirement that we talk about our CSI schools, and that's our schools that are designated by the federal government for comprehensive support and improvement. So I've mentioned ATSI before. ATSI, and I'm going to blank on the acronym. That's a tough one. Dr. Castro knows it.
Geez, at the top of my head.
Additional targeted
support and improvements.
There we go. It's team effort. Additional targeted support and improvement. That is state-level identification of areas of need based on your data. CSI is the federal identification of need. And so prior to this year, or this year, we had 2 schools that were in CSI or eligible for CSI, and then the nice part about CSI is that it does come with federal funds, specifically to expend to overcome the area that you had a deficit in. Moving forward, we will not have 2 schools anymore. So Lincoln Elementary has exited, which means that they've resolved their reason for eligibility, which was low performance in ELA and math on the state metrics. And the reason why Pacific High School remains, despite our Pacific High School's outstanding graduation rate last year, eligibility is determined by a 3-year average. So we're still really weighted down by a really bad year during COVID. But the good news again is that it comes with federal funds, and so working with Deidre and her team right now on a needs analysis to determine how those funds will be spent. Okay, next slide. Okay. The Title I Part A portion of the plan addresses LCAP goals 1 and 2. It includes language about how CSI will be addressed, and again, like I mentioned, the needs analysis, and how the district is going to contribute to supporting Pacific High School in their improvement of their graduation rate, their proposals for how funds will be spent, et cetera. It also, of course, aligns our support for, again, Title I goes towards supporting learning needs for unduplicated students. Unduplicated students consist of many students who are English learners, low income, but certainly foster and homeless youth as well, per the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act. Next slide. Title II Part A also aligns with our LCAP goals, and it specifically aligns with our professional learning needs, specifically to address the achievement gaps, not just to promote overall student learning, but again, to address those achievement gaps. So if you recall some of the areas in previous presentations of mine on whether it's DNF rate or it's CASP data, we have learning gaps according to by ethnicity. We have learning gaps according to income, and we have learning gaps according to EL, non-EL, students with disabilities, non-students with disabilities. These are all the gaps that we are trying to close, and that's why our goal 1 is stated as it is. All right. Next slide, Title III. Anasan and Dr. Castro, feel free to jump in at any point if you feel like I'm missing something. Title III, again, is specifically, Title III monies are specifically to support English learners. And it's district engagement. It's exactly what you just saw in our DLAC presentation, so that's very timely. And our application, our plan aligns with the goals of Title III and certainly our LCAP goals for our English learners as well. All right, and finally, Title IV. Aligns with safe and healthy schools. As you recall, that's our second LCAP goal. So again, we have alignment between LCAP and our ESSA title monies plan. That is a result of the excellent work of Asan and Dr. Castro, who laying the groundwork for these ongoing applications and plans. So I just really appreciate your partnership on those things. So happy to answer questions or direct all questions to Dr. Castro and Asan, who know more than I do.
Dr. Bayless, thank you. I'll just add real quickly. Part of the way that these plans are structured is we need to address areas of deficiency, right? That's how when we talk about federal identification or state identification, it's structured that way. Although tonight we're not going to take the time to review page by page in the LCAP, I do want to just note that there's a section on the reflections of the successes. There are many, many successes that we've had over the last year or two. Many of them are very inspiring. Dr. Bayless, in a couple of previous presentations, both here with PAC and DLAC, we've shared these successes. So I just want to, for your knowledge and for the general public's knowledge, we tend to, because the state and federal there's a mandate that we address our areas of focus and resources on deficits. But we do have some extraordinary practices that are absolutely paying dividends. And I'll just piggyback on what you shared about Pacific High School. Although we anticipate that in the future they will no longer be eligible for CSI, and that's great in terms of the eligibility. It's a little bit hard in terms of no longer having that funding, but that's another evidence that we continue to see increased graduation rates, and we anticipate those continuing to increase over time. So thank you, Dr. Bayless.
No question. You look nervous. No, it's okay. I just wanted to ask the board if, I know you agreed to an agenda order when I wasn't here, but I think we have a site-based teacher waiting on an agenda item. You're here for 15A or 15C, correct? So I would just ask if we could move that up before these other things so that he can get some rest. So that's 15C. Actually, well, do we need to take a vote or just agree? Okay. Okay. So 15C, consideration for review of world language instructional materials. And this is a first read. I apologize, I should have caught that earlier.
Thank you very much, Dan and Profe, for being here to present. This is, yes, a consideration for curriculum specifically for native speakers. So really pleased to be able to bring this to you. So take it away, Dan and Profe.
Okay, and thank you, President Rodriguez, for that suggestion, and thank you.
Especially on your birthday, right?
It is true. I'm happy to have the opportunity to present the instructional materials under consideration for native Spanish speaker courses, levels 2, 3, and 4. And I'm joined this evening by my friend and colleague, Profe Ortiz, Spanish teacher from Foothill Technology High School. So this year is an adoption year for world language, and we're excited to recommend instructional materials specifically for native Spanish speakers. This year, 4 teachers, 3 high school teachers, and 1 8th grade TWI teacher piloted materials from 2 separate publishers. We also had a parent meeting and sent out a survey to parents of students in the native Spanish speakers courses, and the materials have also been on display at the ESC.
I'm so glad I brought a speech because I can't see the slides. So I am Profe Ortiz, and I am currently teaching 4 preps, Spanish 1, Spanish 4, 4 AP, and Native Speaker 4, and that's why I'm here on the podium because of this class. I was one of the teachers that participated in the pilot program this last quarter. And during the pilot, we designed lessons according to our specific language level needs and the academic material provided by Galerías, which is the one that we're looking for tonight. We designed them considering a world language rubric, which included world language standards, special focus on bilingualism and biliteracy, and social cultural competence, effective student engagement, and supplemental materials and technology. We also wanted to participate in the pilot program, considering factors such as the focus on language acquisition, an adequate amount of linguistic and cultural resources to create global awareness, and special attention to the unique experiences of our Spanish native speakers. We currently use VUSD Digital as our core curriculum, but it has fallen short because it is mostly catered to non-native speaker population. And lastly, we're looking for a curriculum that everyone agreed on and that provides a digital platform for students to access at home, in this case, Canvas. The next slide. So after the pilot, we gathered to share results and we came to a consensus. So here are the reasons why we believe Galerías is the best tool for Spanish speakers, native speakers, students in the Ventura Unified School District. The curriculum is available to all levels offered at the school district. So it goes from native speaker 2 all the way to native speaker 4, which is at a high school level. It is aligned with the California World Language Standards. That has to be a major thing. It has highly engaging topics that are also relevant to the Spanish 4 AP topics. We want students that prepare from the beginning, native speaker 2, also to native speaker 4, and eventually move on to the APs. So for example, just to give an idea, we during the pilot, we worked on a lesson about agriculture. So it has a lot of dense vocabulary that students might be aware, but once you identify the academic vocabulary at an earlier stage, once they get to the AP level, it's easier just to gather the information. And Galerías has all of that. And lastly, by using Galerías, we felt we used less time to plan due to the supplemental materials within the textbooks and digital resource. As someone who has 4 preps, this was amazing. Mostly because this is the first time I'm teaching a native speaker course, was the second year. So by all means, anything that gives me or offers me less time to plan, the better. And I can only imagine other teachers at other sites as well. So I kindly ask you to please consider purchasing the Galerías curricula for students. It is comprehensive, engaging, rigorous, digitally accessible, and the benefit to access resources that are currently much needed. So thank you all.
Thank you. Board members, do you have questions?
Oh, there's one more slide.
Two are quick, and then we'll get you back to your profe. So there are 3 levels of Galería, and A, B, and C that align with Spanish 2, 3, and 4 native speakers. And the text is organized by region. So you might be studying El Caribe, and it would be vocabulary from El Caribe and accents and dialects from that area, as well as traditional Spanish grammar. So it integrates geography and other content areas. There are a lot of skills here that our native speakers can use to transfer into their other content areas. So if they're writing informational text, that translates well into ELA or to history. For this adoption, they have hard copies, but also a variety of, there's something called the super site where all the materials are located, and they have digital access as well. And the next slide, here's the big slide here of how much it costs. Galería is $50,345 for a 6-year package. And some teachers wanted hard copies. Other teachers wanted digital access only. The quote that we got included digital access for all students and hard copies for teachers who wanted them. And for teachers who just wanted digital access, we wanted to have hard copies available as well in order to support universal design for learning. So that's the quote that we got, and thank you for considering this recommendation. And if you have any questions, we're happy to answer.
We're happy to take any questions.
Hope you don't have any. No real question, just comment. I think it's great that we're looking at this. I think anytime we give some support to the teacher by offering them curriculum that is prepackaged in some way and also integrating into Canvas. I know I find a lot of my time is copying the book and putting it in Canvas. So this is an incredible thing. So thank you.
Thank you.
So just as a reminder, this is a first read, but we do have the option to adopt it tonight if the board so chooses.
Well, I would personally be fine with adopting tonight and waiving our second read because the materials were already on being, it's not even 10, it's just 10. There, this is me. Thank you. Yes, it's a motion to approve the adoption.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for staying.
Thank you
Have a
all.
good night.
Have a great night.
Okay, so we will go back to the order that was agreed on originally, to 17A, the, I believe, right? Yes. The proposed 23-24 original budget.
Okay, good evening, board members. So tonight's agenda, we'll be going over the reporting requirements, the reserves. We'll discuss enrollment and ADA trends for our district. We'll talk about the revenues and expenditures and look at our ending fund balance along with the multi-year projections, and then touch base on the other funds besides Fund 1. Give you a quick snapshot of how they're looking. So based on per Ed Code 42127 and 52062, the school districts must hold 2 separate governing board public meetings, which we just did. The LCAP must precede the budget item. So that's the main takeaway from there. Our district will meet our current year and at least the next 2 years, 3% state and board required minimum reserve. As you can see with that slide, we are holding for this upcoming year, 23-24, 6%, and the next 2 years out, we'll maintain a 6% reserve. There's some key takeaways for why that state reserve is good to have abundance of. I mean, it's good to increase that level of reserve because, first of all, there's some economic uncertainty in the future as you guys attended as the board attended the May revision. There's just a lot of uncertainty. There's possible deferrals on the horizon. It's just not a good position to be in to maintain the minimum level of reserves. As you guys, as the board is aware, $14 million is only 1 month of our payroll. So even 6% is, in my opinion, not sufficient. But it also really helped us for moving up from 3% to 6% reserves with our bond credit rating. As you know, we just sold $113 million of bonds. Just a few key takeaways from that were we initially thought that our interest rate that we would be selling our bonds at was 4.18%, but we received a 3.914%, which really translated to lowered our total cost to borrow. It went from $228 million, which we initially projected, down to $199 million. And one of the main factors was that the district increased their level of reserve. So yeah, we'll be maintaining for the next 3 years 6%. Enrollment to ADA. The main takeaway from this slide, as you can see from 2019 onward, we've just been steadily decreasing. There was a huge decrease in 2020, 21, or 21, 22, but we've been decreasing approximately 400 students. We have reduced our ADA percentage. Our goal for last year, or this current fiscal year, 22-23, was at 94% for enrollment to ADA ratio. We've just certified our principal apportionment 2, which is our base, which is what we get funding off of, and our ADA trend is at 91%. And so we've adjusted those projections and onward projecting 91% for the 3 years out until we see improvement in our ADA. And then we'll have periods of time to update that every time we do report our attendance to the state. Our funded ADA for the upcoming fiscal year, you won't even see on this slide because the state has allowed us to utilize 14,697 ADA. Next slide, please. Yeah. And so what we can utilize is our current year, prior year, or a 3-year rolling average. But the key takeaway from this slide is that ADA cliff is here. As the out years go, the 3-year prior year average gets lower and lower as our ADA reduces, so that means reduced funding for the school district. So just as, for example, a projected reduction in ADA between fiscal year 22-23 and 23-24 is 615 ADA. That equates to about $7.7 million. So ADA is definitely an area of focus and concern. As Dr. Bayless mentioned, he's highlighting that in the LCAP as well. Next slide. So the May revise, all of our revenues, our expenses have been updated based on the school services dartboard and the main factors for planning for May revise. We adjusted our LCFF revenue with 8.22% COLA. Arts and music block grants saw a huge reduction from 9 million to 4.5 million. ELOP, the reduction wasn't in the dollars, but we were happy to see that our timeline got extended to spend the $1.3 million, so it extended our timeline. Learning Recovery Block Grant, also there was an estimated reduction, so we updated our budget to match accordingly. Next slide. So this is a outlook of our estimated actuals. What our estimated actuals are all of our actuals and our expenses for revenues and expenses that we've incurred up till, I would say, our May cutoff date for payroll. So really we have one more month of expenses and revenues that could come in before we could close our fiscal year and start the closing process in our books. So that is where we estimate we think we're going to be at the end of the year. For our upcoming year's budget, however, all of those factors that we talked about with the May revise have been updated to reflect. So the 8.22% COLA is reflected in the $184 million. All of our federal and state revenues, as you can see, they're seeing a huge decrease. It's because we're spending those ESSER dollars, right? So as we're spending them in the current year, it reduces the out year's total balance that we have left over to spend. And on top of that, the balances that we thought we had are being reduced down as reflected in the May revise. So we're just adjusting our budgets to reflect what the May revise says, and as we're spending down our dollars. So that makes up pretty much the federal, state, and our local revenue is always up and down. So we base it off of the interest, earnings we collect, any reimbursements from insurance, local grants, donations. So those have a lot of volatility from year to year, so those could vary. So these going into expenses, we used the CPI, which is our Consumer Price Index, which accounts for inflation. This is a snapshot of the California School Services dartboard that we took into account for planning all of our expenses. Our CPI was not applied to all expenses as to try to keep, inflating our expenses to a minimum. We applied it to like utilities where we know that we're seeing a huge increase, and that's not even the correct amount. Our utilities are increasing about 30% every year, so that's what we're looking at. Our CalPERS rate also is increasing, as you could tell. It was going from 25.37 in this fiscal year to 26.68 and onwards up to 28.70 in year 2026-27. CalSTRS, however, is maintaining at a 19.10% across the board for all fiscal years. So that was all taken into consideration when we budgeted our expenses for the upcoming year. Once again, the left-hand column is where we think we'll end up at the end of this fiscal year. We'll find out more as soon as the books close. And then September 15th, our unaudited actuals, which is what actually occurred all the way up till June 30th, is presented to the board. And so at that point, you'll see in reality, there's going to be no more estimates. All the books are going to be closed. All the items and goods have to be received and paid. Whatever is received and paid by June 30th. If not, we have to accrue it. All the revenues have been accounted for. And that's when you'll see the true picture of how we did in 22-23. But it better be close to that amount. I mean, we're planning on it being. I'm just thinking, it should be pretty close to that. Yeah. Our 2023-24 budget expenses certificated salaries and classified salary have a lot of activity going on. You have step and column going on. You have cost of subs, any stipends, anything that's related to payroll, people leaving, coming in. It's all taken in consideration and rolled into that. So we see a decrease of certificated, about 563,000. Classified salaries increase due to longevity. Benefits also decreased just to kind of align with the certificated changes. And then overall, we're budgeting to reflect a decrease in supplies, services, and capital outlay. Those are items that we can control in-house, and so we are budgeting to reduce those expenditures in the upcoming year significantly. So it's like supplies, we're reducing 7.2 million, and on top of that, our funding, our COVID funding is expiring as well. So we won't have as much purchasing power to be able to expend with one-time dollars anymore. So we've adjusted all of those categories downwards. So next slide, unrestricted budget. Here is just the unrestricted portion. Your beginning balance is 25 million. Our income for this upcoming year would be 193 million. Our expenses alone, not including contributions, 155 million. Approximately contributions make up 37 million. 7.2 or 3 million equate to the 3% that the district is required to put into routine maintenance account, and the remaining contribution is special education. And so we see a slight increase with the way what we see with the assumptions that we know as of today based on the May revise. We see a slight increase in our ending fund balance, about 592,000 on the unrestricted side. Your unrestricted ending fund balance equates to, well, in the previous slide, you started off with 25,042, you added 592,000. Your new ending fund balance is 25,635,000. 6% of that across the board is your reserves. Your stores, 365,000 is your inventory in the warehouse. Then you have your site program carryover at 400,000. You have reserve for any instructional materials. This would account for any book adoptions, ELA, history, science, math, whatever Dr. Bayless wants to adopt things here. Exactly. And the remaining is our 22-23 health and welfare projected savings. We've earmarked that from switching over from Gold Coast to SEBA, and so that is sitting there as a savings. And then we have the 23-24 declining ADA just to assist with our ADA issues. And that leaves us with an undesignated balance of 0 on the unrestricted side. The restricted fund balance, you have 19,304,000, and all of those programs make up that total. So you have your reserve for your arts and music, reserve for learning recovery, reserve for expanded learning, reserve for educator effectiveness, and then you have site grants, donations, and whatnot. Just stop me if you guys have any questions. I'm going speeding through it. I know it's 10 o'clock. But. So our ending fund balance, as you can see, is decreasing. It increased quite a bit this year because we're shifting whatever expenses we can to our categorical. But in the out years, it's going to become a problem. We're seeing a $3.7 million decrease in ending fund balance next year. We think we'll balance out in the year after, but then the 25-26 fiscal year, we're looking at a $7.6 million deficit, which is a lot lower than where we started, right? We started at 21 million or 14 million, now we're at 7.6 million. When we get into the MYP, we can talk about the specific assumptions that this budget is built off of, which will be really important to understand, which is the next slide. Okay, so the MYP is developed with 2 key assumptions that as the years go by, we are losing enrollment, and there are budgeted unidentified staffing reductions in the unrestricted general fund aligned with declining enrollment. So we budgeted in for a reduction in staff on the unrestricted general fund based on the rate of enrollment declining. And the second assumption is positions and expenses currently funded through restricted COVID programs such as ESSER $3, one-time restricted funds will be discontinued. So those are the assumptions that are built into the MYP. And so if we go to the next slide, you'll see our beginning balance, 48 million. Then you have projected revenue at 240 minus your expenses. That leaves you with a negative 3.7 million deficit. If you go and you follow that same trend to the 25-26 fiscal year, you'll see that surplus or deficit, sorry, is negative 7.6 million. What the key takeaway here is you have the COVID funding expiring, correct? And you have positions that are funded out of there. The funding's no longer available, so if no decisions are made, then those funding will get back reabsorbed to the general fund, which will cause an even higher increase to our deficit, along with, as the years go by, general fund, normally you're losing enrollment, and the district should have been staffing to the right size, and since that has not occurred, what has happened is, as the students lowered, our staffing necessarily did not. We saw increase in staffing, so we built in assumptions in here that general fund positions that cannot continue, that need to be reduced to match with the declining enrollment. No decisions have been made as far as what positions, but it's strictly based off of enrollment declining. And then a summary of the other funds. So we have Fund 8, and this is just a quick snapshot. You have the beginning balances and the ending balances. Fund 8 is your ASB fund. You're not going to see any transactions because this is more of a reporting financial change for us. We have to report their financial transactions throughout the year, and it happens throughout the year. They're sending us bank reconciliations of what's happening, but we only report it once a year at unaudited actual, so you'll see the revenues and expenditures. But for this picture, you have a healthy ending fund balance in Fund 8. That's what's the key takeaway here, 2.1 million. Your adult education, you have 5.9 million ending fund balance. Same with your child development, you have 61,000. Your child nutrition is sitting with a healthy $3.1 million ending fund balance, which is really good comparative to prior years where they had to borrow money from the general fund. So we're going to ensure that they maintain their staffing and labor and make sure that they monitor their supplies and expenses so we don't run in the red. Fund 21 is pretty much your bond fund. You get all your, not only that, you have Facilitron fees in here, you have your leases all in here, right? So you Fund 21, that's where you have that $113 million they got, the bonds that were sold. The revenue that's in there is based on fees and Facilitron fees and leases that we collect throughout the year. And Fund 21, you're not going to see it on the slide, but that is where the reserve is sitting for the pool, the $3.5 million that was set aside for the pool. So that's sitting in the reserves in Fund 21. Fund 25 is your developer fees, and you have a healthy fund balance, 2.4 million. Fund 51 is more, I would say, a pass-through fund. It's really your property tax bond interest redemption fund. It's just this is more of a journal entry that we have to post based on the county notifying us that, hey, this is how much property tax we collected, please book this journal entry. So we don't really have control on that. And then your Fund 73 is your scholarship fund, which is sitting at $968,000. So with that, we are able to certify positive, meet our financial obligations for the current year and 2 future years. LCFF revenues have been increased. Federal revenues are all been updated. Expiring funds have been updated. Declining enrollment losses with ADA have been taken into account. STRS and PERS have been adjusted. We just need to maintain, positive outlook as far as maintain positive financial outlook without the need to borrow cash. We're still in that ability where at this point there is no trigger that the state has actually done any deferrals, so we're still able to continue to operate without the need to go out for a trans, so we don't have to worry about that. Just make sure we're prudent in the development of budgets, increase or maintain and enhance reserve due to declining enrollment, as we mentioned. Prioritize spending any of your categorical funds, and so that they don't expire and we don't have to give any back to the CDE. And then just monitor staffing. As positions become vacant due to attrition, staffing should be analyzed to determine if any open positions need to be filled. And then the next steps for the budget. So by June 30th, you guys would adopt the budget. By July to August, so the state budget has a deadline of June 15th, right? So between now and then, we'll know if there's some major changes, and then after that come all the little trailer bills that it could be sneaky, so we have to pay attention to the trailer bills to see what type of guidance is in there and how that impacts us. But if it's significant and we have to do a 45-day revise, then we have the ability to come in front of the board and revise the budget to take those make those changes if needed. If not, then on or before August 15th, the county will seek clarification and request any revisions. September 15th, we discussed, that's going to be our unaudited actuals. Once again, that's how we did final for this current fiscal year. The one that we're operating in right now, 22-23. And then December 15th, to me, that's your true budget. So if we didn't do 45-day revise, that is our chance to update the budget with all the finalized state projections. By then, you'll know the economic outlook and see if there's possible deferrals, and you should be able to plan accordingly. Any carryover, anything, you'll get all your allocations for your CONAP, your upcoming 23-24 applications for sorry, not your applications, your award amounts for all your title programs. You'll have definitive numbers, so you'll be able to update your budget accordingly. So first interim, if there's some major changes, we should be able to come back with a 45-day revise. But if not, then you'll get an updated budget at first interim. And with that, fire away. Questions? If any.
Oh, yes, I've got some questions for you.
Okay.
The first one is, we're down to only needing to make $7 million more in cuts, if I understood you correctly. Is that correct?
$7.7 million of cuts.
And when, in your opinion, when does it have to be done by?
In my opinion,
yeah.
We can't wait till the third year out.
Can't wait till the third year out.
We
Okay,
cannot.
so because we had a hard time getting to $7 million this year, and
yeah.
So so we need to schedule some special meetings at some point in time to talk about that. Part of this talks about also the minimum wage going up, and we had to make some adjustments to the classified salary schedule. We're going to have to do that again?
If it goes up.
Right now, I think we're pretty much in good shape, keeping up with the rate that minimum wage has been increasing.
Okay. Thank you. And then my final question is, do we have the ability to borrow from Fund 21 rather than doing a trans?
We can. The Fund 21 sits your bond money, so you can borrow temporarily. You just have to explain. You'll have to do some further explanation to the constituents of as far as payback with interest. Yes.
Yeah, we have to pay back with interest.
Yes,
That's
yes,
correct.
yes.
Yeah. I just an option versus doing a trans.
Yes.
Is just what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully it doesn't get to that point where we have to.
Yeah. Well, deferrals can.
Yeah, you never know.
Be deadly.
Yeah.
No real questions. Just I just want to thank you, staff, Dr. Castro, for putting this all together. I mean, it's a lot of work. It's my first budget of this size. Probably first budget at all if you ask my wife. But Mr. Morales, You came from Lancaster, right? Before? I'm sorry.
Acton.
Have you
This is
seen?
close enough.
Close enough. So you've seen probably an increase. Is this your first time of a budget that's decreased, as far as like increase of enrollment, increase of
declining enrollments.
It's kind of
we were
all
dealing
over the
that-
place.
with that
Yeah.
in my previous district as well.
Yeah. So, that I just want to highlight that this is something that we're all dealing with as far as California is concerned, and it sounds like we're having some tough decisions coming up. And I just want to make sure that our association is well informed and included in all these discussions. I mean, I think we've beat that with a dead horse. Beat that. we drilled that in, and I feel like it's still important to kind of make sure that we let all our employees know that this is coming, and we do have the district's best interest at heart, and I agree with Dr. Dannenberg here that we need to start thinking about this pretty soon. Thank you.
Mr. Mirza, if you would, can you just share some of the communications that we've been engaging in with
Yes,
the
so
MESPA? Thank you.
Yes, so myself, Dr. Castro, the exec cabinet team have met on numerous occasions with the unions, kind of discussing where we are financial. Every time when we went to the May revise, came back and kind of discussed the implications that it has for us as a district and where we stand. And so,
I surprisingly do not, but one of the reasons is because we have our special board meetings, we've had our study sessions, ongoing one-on-one with Dr. Castro, so you guys have been very communicative in answering all the questions. I love the format. I think it's really clean and easy, and so what you had shared, this is not the first time I've heard it. This is probably the third, and that was really necessary to be able to process, because the process before, when I first started, was that we kind of got it almost like the day of, or maybe right before we had the meeting. So this has been really, really helpful, but I do know and acknowledge that it is a lot of work for staff, but I do appreciate it because it brings more confidence and understanding in what we're doing, and articulation and collaboration around the purposes of what we're doing, and also helping to educate the public as well, because these are definitely situations that are it's an unwritten handbook, and the decline in enrollment, and we went all to the governor, we didn't all go, but we went to the governor's May revision, and there are, compared to other districts, we are doing quite well. I know that there's still the 7.6 million, but that we're looking at in 2 years out, but other folks are looking at a lot of different things that are way more dire than we're going to have to do. So I thank you for leading us through this process.
I do have a couple questions. Could you go back to the slide where you show the reserves, the various reserve pots? And I thought about stopping you when you were there, but I figured I'd let you roll. Yeah, so can you kind of explain, there's the restricted and the unrestricted reserve. So if you could start with the unrestricted, I think one more.
No, I think.
Oh, maybe.
Forward.
Okay.
One
there
right
you
there.
go. Okay. So can you kind of explain to someone who isn't familiar with our budgets what those reserves are?
Okay, so the unrestricted portion is, where all of our LCFF dollars lie, and we have local control, and so we have the ability to set aside that ending fund balance for different activities, I would say, right? And so we have 6% set aside specifically for reserves. We can choose to go up to 10%, but we've decided to stay up to 6%. But if we did, that would only lower that ending fund balance for other activities, such as spreading that money out towards any book adoptions, per se, in the future. Our 22-23 health and welfare projected savings, that was, from my understanding, that was the savings, that the difference between moving from Gold Coast to SIBO. and that is earmarked in the budget and saved specifically so we could maybe entice individuals to take HSAs, to to maybe get us even future savings for the school district. And then you have the reserve for declining ADA, which is our placeholder to assist us with one-time monies to help us with the loss in funding.
So I'm just going to try and translate that.
Yes. Yes.
Tell me if I get it right.
Yeah.
So looking at, say, like the 6.5 million, essentially we're putting that money away and saying, because we know that next year our enrollment is declining and we're going to have fewer dollars coming from the state, we're setting aside the 6.5 million to soften the blow.
Yes.
Fair?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And that number could vary based off of where that ending fund balance ends at the end of the year. So hopefully by June 30th, if we have some expenditures that fall out and don't come to fruition and those orders get canceled and it impacts our ending fund balance in a positive way, that if we are able to meet our reserves and our stores, which is our inventory, still maintain the carryover instructional materials, and the remaining would drop into the declining ADA.
And so is that money available in some capacity to address the 7.4?
One-time money. This is the difference. Once this is spent, it'll help us alleviate one-time deficit as compared to ongoing. Yeah.
I just, because like when we talk about that number, I feel like it kind of creates a lot of anxiety for all of us. So although I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't address this structural change, I mean, we do have built into this some opportunities to help soften that blow as we make that transition. And then can you move forward to the reserved? Restricted, I meant to say. Thank you. And then can you kind of explain what these are?
Yeah, so our restricted fund balance is specifically for programs that, like categorical programs, title programs, any of the state and federal grants that we receive. These are the set-aside monies for those specific activities. The difference between unrestricted and restricted is restricted, you have to spend the money for that specific activity.
Right, so these are money that, because of the way we receive them, although we're holding on to them they've already been decided how we're mostly how we're going to spend them. So we might not be spending them this year, we might be spending them next year, but we know how loosely how they're going to be spent.
And so these balances so we say we have a plan for so that 2.5 million, say in reality we receive 4.5 million, right? 2.5 million of that it's in the expenses. So we're budgeting so that we have some sort of a plan for that. Say the plan doesn't come to fruition, we can't hire individuals, or for whatever reason we don't execute the plan, that money just drops back into that ending balance, and it'll bump it back up to the 4.5 million. So right now we have like a temporary placeholder for, hey, we believe we're gonna have a expenditure plan for learning recovery grant, and if those expenditures don't come to fruition, or if the plan doesn't get executed, it'll just drop back into that specific assignment in the restricted category.
And if I could just add a little bit of context, because we're looking at these 5 bullet points collectively, let's just separate the first 2 from the bottom 3, because the language that we're using is that we've already determined how we will spend them. So let's just take the bottom 3 first, the expanded learning opportunities, educator effectiveness, and site district grant donations. Those, for example, expanded learning and educator effectiveness, we know what we are tasked to do with those. We don't necessarily know yet whether expanded learning dollars will continue at the rate that they are, but we know in general what we have to spend them on. Educator effectiveness is very restricted in that we know we have to spend it on the way that it came to us from the state. The site and district grants donations, we can look backward at time and say, here are the things that we've typically spent on that. But in contrast, the arts and music block grant and learning recovery grants, they do come to us with some strings attached. However, we have not yet allocated these dollars for what we will spend them on. And so I just want to draw that distinction and then add in what Mr. Mirza was saying is that we have been very intentional per the board's support about spending down our other restricted funds and other dedicated funds, and freeing up our some other unrestricted dollars. But in this case, although these are restricted, and we know that there are some strings attached to how we can spend them, they are not yet designated in the budget. So anything you want to add there?
And that's like about $9 million.
Yes, it's about $9 million. And if we can just go back real quickly, Marianne, to slide 6, where the one that says ADA Cliff is here. And I just want to add momentarily of that distinction of we have that set aside, as Mr. Mirza said, for the one time. But if we take a look at our current loss in revenue, it already exceeds what that less than $7 million is. So really, the board knows this, and I think this is good for the community to know. It's really of a pay now or a pay as you go. We are trying to be very responsive to knowing 3 years from now what our structural deficit is, because I'll just take this opportunity, because the board isn't going to get a lot of kudos from the public in general for the choices that you have to make. The choices that you've already made have had a profound effect on where we're going to be 3 years from now. Now we can take where this point in time is and then say over the next 2 years where those additional reductions going to be. And we can be really methodical and thoughtful about that because of the actions that you've already taken. So I just want to make sure that the public understands that the way that we went from a $21 million 3-year deficit to now projecting at $7 million, that wasn't magic. That was us sitting down, being very clear and transparent with one another. As Mr. Mirza said, we've invited our VUA and VESPA partners to continue to communicate that transparency, and we will continue to do that over the next couple of years because we all need to address these issues together.
Thank you. And then I was wondering, my next question is if you could go back one more, I think. Yeah. So this slide was really interesting to me because if we're looking at 2019 and comparing it to 2026, right? So obviously the last 3 years of those are projected. We're looking at roughly a 20% decrease in enrollment. And I think that's really important for people to understand in terms of, right, like the scale, right? The 20% is a huge percentage in terms of decline. But the other thing that struck me is that if you look at our budget from 2019, 2020, and compare that to our budget this year in dollars, right, you aren't seeing a dip. It's sort of flattened, but it's not a dip. And I think when people see that, sometimes they don't understand the impact of a lot of one-time dollars that we've received, right? So I would love to, maybe at our next budget conversation, have that visually represented for the community so that they can understand that although the dollar amount that we get, right, has kind of plateaued or even gone up a little bit because of last year's big COLA, that because of the impact of declining enrollment and the loss of those one-time funds from all of the COVID expenditures, there really is kind of these intersecting lines that I think it's important for our staff and the community to understand all of those forces, right? Because it's, you know, when we talk about structural deficits and how we manage that transition, I think it's important for people to understand kind of the why, right? And that. Yeah. That's so. I appreciate having it here, but I feel like I would like to see it maybe in a way that the average person could understand it a little bit better, so that way, when we answer those questions, people kind of have more tools.
Perfect.
But thank you very much.
Problem.
Very thorough. Sorry. So because it's 10 o'clock, although my watch died, so I didn't even know what time it is, 10:35. Do we want to take a vote to extend our meeting, or do we, there are some action items that we need to address. Aside from that, do we want to defer other things to the next meeting?
I'm good with moving on and extending the meeting.
Okay, great.
It feels like we would be able to finish by 11 o'clock right now, so, yep.
Wonderful.
Great. Sorry, item 18, human resources.
I can assist you in this process. These are both routine items. So item 18A is the county superintendent of schools office is required to report our quarter 2 visits, and there were no visits conducted in quarter 2.
And 18B?
And there were no visits conducted in quarter 3.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, now we'll go back to our action items. So action item 15A, consideration of the agreement for Parchment K-12 District Record Services. Dr. Bayless.
Yeah, thank you. This is in reference to our move away from a contract platform to the free state-sponsored CCGI. The one thing that it doesn't do that our old platform does is have a feature that enables us to send transcripts digitally to out-of-state and private schools. So Parchment does that. So it's $31,960 for 36 months, as opposed to the old platform that we had, which was essentially $36,000 per year. So represents a savings and still maintains the features that we need to serve our students.
So this is a first read, but we do have the option to take action if the board is interested.
I'll make a motion to adopt or approve, I guess you'd say.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Great, thank you. And item 15B, consideration for the purchase of electric vans.
Yes, we have Ari Weiberg, Transportation Director, here. Yes. So we brought this for a first read to the board last meeting, at our special board meeting, and so we're bringing it back for a second read. And any questions you guys, additional questions you guys may have, Ari's here.
Thanks.
Anyone have questions?
Don't have any questions, just a comment. You know, we'd asked a number of questions, and I do thank staff for getting answers to those questions. So if there are no other questions, I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
And thank you for staying here so late. Especially
I was
because
very
you
happy that you moved me up.
It's been your day today, hasn't it?
Sorry, items 19 through 22 are routine in nature. Is there any item any board member wishes to pull for a separate discussion? Okay, hearing none, do I have a motion?
We do need to just pull 22E separately for approval.
I thought that was already pulled. No?
We noted it, that we would pull it, but President Rodriguez was not here at the time for that. Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Okay.
Yes.
So do we have a motion on item 22E?
Well, yes, I would. Thank you. After the, I would like to recuse myself from this vote as the agenda item involves a competitor to my current employer, Renaissance. While this is not a conflict of interest as defined by the Fair Political Practices Act or Government Code Section 1090, in the interest of transparency and to avoid an appearance of a conflict of interest, I am recusing myself from this vote.
Thank you. Do I have a motion for 22E?
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan? Oh, it's just a recusal, not an abstention. Sorry. Dr. Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries with 3 yes and 1 recusal.
Great, thank you. So do I have a motion for the balance of items 19 through 22?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Great, thank you. That brings us to board reports. And since we have another meeting later this month, I'm going to ask that, unless you have something burning to say. Okay, then we'll hold our board reports for next time so the staff can get more rest. Coming events.
You'll see on the screen coming events. I'll just summarize them briefly. We have our graduations, 8th grade middle school promotions, and it is still the 6th. Yep, it's still the 6th. So tomorrow, a couple more senior awards nights.
Great, thank you. Future board items. Does anyone have anything? Okay, well, I'm going to buck the trend. I have 3. So the first one just came to me now, and I know we've set our calendar already for the year, but given that we seem to be kind of continually running up against a late with this new schedule of once a month meetings, I was wondering if we could have a conversation around shifting our start time forward so that way we can have time for the discussions we need to have, but not have you all here in your pajamas. Dr. Bayless would like to second the motion. Anyway, so that's the first one. Is there consensus to bring that back for a conversation? Yes. Okay, thank you. And then the other one, and this is really just a housekeeping item, we should have discussed your evaluation results during today's meeting, and we didn't. Okay. And so I'm sorry, that's my bad. So if we could add that to the next agenda so that we can share with the community that we had your evaluation and what the outcomes of that were. And then also, and I've already shared this with Dr. Castro, but I would like to ask for a presentation on the art and music master plan for the district. It occurred to me very recently that all of you are new and all of them are new, and like this was adopted by a board before I was on the board. It was adopted by the district over 12 years ago, and I think it's an opportunity for us to look at it and then see how it relates to the Prop 28 funding source and what what the board's vision is for that. So Dr. Castro has suggested bringing that back in the fall when our arts and music staff are back from summer break so that they can provide some feedback on that. So is there interest?
There's interest, but I think added to that, we need to tie in how the parcel tax plays into that, and because we're funding a lot of that, I think, through the parcel tax. And so we're going to have to consider what is our timeline for looking at having to pass that parcel tax again. Isn't it every 2 years? And so we'll be coming up every 4 years? Okay, so we got a little bit of time yet. But
well, but it expires in 24.
Okay, so hard to believe it's been that fast already. It just seems like we just did it. Okay.
Tell me about it.
Sorry, pardon. For the additional board agenda items, our calendar that we had discussed in part of the evaluation components and just in general, when are we going to be scheduling and making that for this coming year? Because I know usually we have our governance in December, and that's going to be too late. So that was something.
I heard you mention that, or one of your comments earlier. We are in the process of evaluating all of the district-wide meetings, and so our staff will be sitting down starting the week after school gets out to look at all our district-wide calendar, so that we can be prepared for that in July. Okay. But we're in the process of that alignment now.
Great.
Yeah. I don't know if that meets the timeline that you were hoping for.
I have no hope.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's really depressing. Yeah. We'll give you some hope then.
Okay, so in addition, board comments? No? I just wanted to share, sorry. I did not have a chance to attend the mental health fair that was at Dianza, I think now 2 weeks ago as part of Mental Health Awareness Month, but at one of my recent committee meetings, they shared, I'm holding it backwards, these bags, and it has all sorts of great things to support your mental health, including like colored pencils and a coloring book and Play-Doh, which I played with during the whole meeting that they gave it to me. So I just wanted to share this with you so you guys can see what the district was handing out. And I just love that our counseling staff was thinking about that and sharing those sorts of things with the community. And so as a wrap up to Mental Health Awareness Month, just wanted to give them a lot of thanks for all the extra outreach that they did.
I'll just thank our entire community, our students, our staff, our board, our families for the amount of energy that they're putting into these final couple of weeks of school. It is exhilarating as equally as it is exhausting, but there is so much energy and so much positivity. There's a little bit of angst with the transitions that come with this time of year, but nevertheless, I just wanted to recognize how much people put into this time of year. So thank you all.
Great. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Forsythe?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
And thank you.
And thank you to TDC Studios. We had a great visit at VASE today, where we got a chance to meet with the advisory committee and learn about so many great things happening at VASE, not least of which is the production team. So thank you for all you do, and hope everyone has a lovely night.
And Caps is here.